on one of the mic stand open.
Don't come here, people.
I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay.
How are we looking, Dustin?
You got 30 seconds.
It says 6:31 here. I'm in trouble. All right, everybody. Welcome to the Blue Lake City Council meeting. Today is September 9th, 2025. Please go ahead and stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll need to work on that. All right. City staff, can you please establish a quorum?
Councilmember Napier?
Here.
Councilmember Louis Lusso?
Here.
Councilmember Sawatsky?
Here.
Councilmember Scafani?
Here.
And Councilmember Bayless?
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I had a question about the agenda's title. It indicates it's a special council meeting. I wanted to clarify that if we are going to move to 2 meetings a month, is this a special meeting?
This is a special meeting.
Okay. Fabulous.
Great.
Like this-
Second.
Thank you.
Was there any? I wondered about making any changes. Is everybody happy with the order in here?
I think generally we've decided that unless there's a real reason to move something around, that we keep it consistent so that folks who see the items on the list come in potentially when the item.
There was also another issue of we have a couple of agenda items where we have different guests who are present. So I was trying to find a way in which to kind of balance them out. And then the items that don't have guests, they're at the bottom or the back end of the agenda.
And Jill, just confirm if something did come up where we had to move it, we could table it and then bring it back off the table. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Well, you wouldn't want to table it. You would continue it. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. And just to confirm, we do not have to take public input on the agenda, or we do have to take public input?
It's always a good practice to go ahead and take public comment on non-agenda items. And then, of course, you'll still take public comment on each one of the items that the council will be discussing.
Great. I'll go ahead and open up the.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Do you want to vote on your approval of the agenda?
I think I wanted to clarify, John, were you asking if we wanted public comment on approval of the agenda itself?
That's what I was
Oh,
asking.
I'm sorry. I didn't catch that piece.
Okay.
It's your agenda.
Okay,
Whatever you normally do, you don't have to.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Me. Second.
Second by Louis Lusso. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It passes. All right, moving on to public comment on non-agenda items. The public is invited to present petitions, make announcements, or provide other information to the city that is relevant to the scope and authority of the city of Blue Lake that is not on the agenda. The council may provide up to 15 minutes for the public input session to assure each individual presentation is heard. The council may uniformly impose time limits of 3 minutes to each individual presentation. The public will be given the opportunity to address the items that are on the agenda at the time the council takes up each specific agenda item. I'll go ahead and open up the floor for public comment. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, Adeline, go ahead.
Adeline Jones. From the Lost Coast Outpost, Humboldt County must plan for 5,926 new homes over the next decade. About a third of those, between 1,530 and 1,855 new units, should be built in the city of Eureka by 2035. Here in Blue Lake, our own mandate is about 40 affordable dwellings. The Bottawatt Community Affordable Housing Project fulfills this mandate perfectly. The sign in front of City Hall is very cute, population 1234, but it's outdated. We've actually lost about 100 people since the last census. It's estimated that the Bottawatt Community Affordable Housing Project will bring about 90 to 100 people to Blue Lake. We have the water and we have the sewer capability. We have folks in Blue Lake who are one rent hike away from being homeless. Let's move forward with our plans for affordable housing in the Powers Creek district.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Yes, go ahead.
Our current land assessment, we have all kinds of different lots that we will have opportunities to go to, including potentially 20 acres across the street there. Depending on if the city decides to go forward and turn that into housing, which is the Blue Lake Power thing, we have those options. Those were discussed at the Planning Commission meeting last night. We have all kinds of options. Part of the problem we find interesting with these RENA numbers is only about approximately in the past, don't know about the current, but about half of them have to be the lower range, the other half to be in the upper range. And so any project we have that you would be counting on to satisfy all of our RENA numbers would have to have that diversified kind of a breakdown as far as who you're renting to, who you're requiring to be rent to as far as qualifications go. I strongly feel that we have a lot better smaller projects that we can use around the area to do actual infill in residential areas and projects that will lend themselves more to fulfilling our RENA numbers as we are required to do. So I think all options should be looked at rather than one specific one. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Great, thank you. Any further public comment? Julie Christie, go ahead.
Good evening. Audio for you guys tonight.
Great, thank you.
I can hear you guys fairly well, but at planning, I could actually almost hear the planning commission a little bit better than you guys last night. So just putting that out there. I don't know if there's an option on the Zoom to turn up volume for participants. So I got some things to jump around on, but I would like to just start with I would like to get a community commission workshop going. I've gone to the commission meetings recently. If anybody's reviewed those recordings, it kind of consolidates my idea that we have a workshop for each commission and something fun for the kids to do and a way to kind of bring our community together with like some surveys and envisioning, but make it kind of a one hub, one stop kind of thing. And maybe like something fun during winter when it's raining and stuff slows down. So I'd like to promote that. And as far as our first speaker's comments, at HCOG is actually the one that's going to work with HCD on distributing the allocations. And there was very good comments during that meeting from both Arcata, Eureka, and Supervisor Natalie Arroyo, and the retrospect aspect that these mandates that the state is putting on is very umbrella, and that our region and infrastructure and economy is very unique and diverse compared to the rest of the state. So they're actually going to have the HCD come in to HCOG and help deliberate those allocations. So that's something that I think our community should have a voice in during that time in that meeting. We have Kat as our liaison for HCOG, so please keep us posted when you guys will be meeting with HCD and getting that rolling. And also on the agendas, it was mentioned to me by my sister that we now have on the link, it's like a clickable link on our agenda, the blue highlighted link, and you click it. But some people aren't really familiar with that right now. And if you take a screenshot of it and share it with somebody, they can't click it. So if we could keep having the password and the that meeting ID, both the meeting ID and password printed on the agendas, I think that would be really helpful for a lot of people to participate. Thank you.
All right, last call for public comment before we move on to the next item. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to consent agenda item number 4. Jill just confirmed there is no consent agenda, so how
That's
do we
correct.
handle that? Do we just
I
continue on?
just had it there as a numbering.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to item number 5. Discuss and set date for special municipal election for recall of one council member position. City staff, would you like to fill us in on this?
Certainly, at their meeting that was held on August 27th, the council members had voted unanimously to approve Resolution 1239, which basically certified the sufficiency or insufficiency of the recall petitions that had been to seek removal of 3 of the council members, and then to continue the item for setting the municipal election date until this evening, September 9th. So we are now at September 9th. And council must now decide to select a Tuesday between December 9th and January 12th for the election to determine whether the elections will be conducted entirely by mail or with a polling place as well as mail. And council is also asked to request that the Humboldt County Registrar of Voters perform full services related to the conduct of the special municipal election. In addition, if the desire is for the polling location as well, that we would waive the cost associated with the renting of Prash Hall, which is your normal polling location. So those are the three things that we're looking for. As far as the general discussion, we had a pretty robust conversation the last go round. This is just in here as background information for folks who may or may not have been in attendance at the last meeting or the discussion. So that was just here. So unless there's any other questions, the primary question before you today is for you to deliberate and set a date for that special election. We do have Nicole Goldsmith, and I'm going to suddenly. Thank you. Why don't you come out of here?
Any questions in terms of administrating the election?
Yeah. Always make sure that you're on the microphone.
Usually enough of a loudmouth to just shout it out. But
It's
my
all
name
good.
is Nicole Goldbuck. I'm the Humboldt County Elections Manager. I'm here on behalf of Juan Pablo Cervantes, our registrar of voters, to help out, I guess, during any questions that may arise during discussion. So I'll just be here and I'll stand to the mic if anybody has any questions, unless you want to shoot any off currently.
Great, thank you.
No, I'll see you. Thank you.
I do. I have one question right away.
Absolutely.
And I know I'm kind of jumping line on the question or on the items that we have. But when it comes to determining whether it's a ballot only or ballot and in-person voting,
Correct.
do you have an idea of the staff cost or the overall cost for the in-person voting? Even let's say that we waive the Prash Hall use, but
Yeah.
as far as on the county and how much is on the in-person voting?
So I wouldn't be able to give an exact figure at this time. I can give you just a little bit of background of what would go into administering the election.
Okay.
So roughly we would need a manager at this site for 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. But really the shift is 6 a.m. till when getting cleaned up. And sometimes it'll go 6 a.m. all the way till 10 p.m. And for that time, I will need 6 staff minimum, paid $16.29 hourly, as well as a manager being paid out as at a manager rate of, I believe, roughly $20.29 an hour. On top of that, we will have staff at our office working through that as well, paid at their salary rate, and we have staff. So that would factor in. To be on the really just broader end of things, it would add $1,000 or more dollars. To be safe, can say that is a couple. Simply because we have to move machinery. We also work with Humboldt Moving and Storage to get our equipment down there. Planning with Prash Hall, it's not necessarily just an election day one for that in-person voting. It takes a lot of preparation as well as manpower and hours that would go into that overall cost.
Okay.
So I will say it is going to add. It is going to balloon the budget as opposed to just an all-mail ballot.
Okay. Thank you. That's really illuminating too for us to know that it isn't just at that moment, but all of that preparation, moving the equipment, et cetera.
As
And-
well as factoring in 4 hours of training per person who will be working in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to
Mandated,
know.
yeah.
So you're saying roughly, and I know we don't hold your feet to the fire, but
Yeah.
about $2,000 would be what the city would want to budget or consider to budget for that
I would feel
Part.
comfortable saying at least.
at
that,
least.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And we would, as just a government agency, we always love to look for cost savings and look where we can to save dollars. But I just want to give you guys a comfortable number. So when you guys do get the bill and invoice in the end of it, aren't completely shocked at the dollar amount.
Can you speak to the number of voters who have used a local polling place recently?
Absolutely. So as you all know, in the primary presidential election in March of 2024, there was a Prash Hall voting location, and it was removed going into the general election. We had such low turnout of in-person voters. I believe we didn't even reach triple digits, where most of our voting locations reach 1,500 and above. So I'll say under 200 folks over the course of 4 days did not show up, and so we had to reallocate resources. So in-person voting, I will say, is very low in your jurisdiction. But we did get a lot of calls about wanting in-person voting in Blue Lake. So I will say that your jurisdiction is one that likes the option of in-person voting. It's just not an option that's often exercised.
Okay. So is that calls when that wasn't an available option in this last election?
As we moved into the November general presidential election, we did not have Prash Hall as a vote center any longer, and we received 3 calls in total.
Okay.
of upset voters in your jurisdiction who wish they would have had that option, although all 3 voters did vote by mail in the primary.
Terry, do you have any questions? No. Okay, great. I have none. Any further questions from council?
I just had a question, I think, for interim city manager Duffy on the recommendation of the combination of mail-in and in-person voting. It was in both of our packets. The staff recommends the combination of mail-in and in-person. Can you just kind of speak to that? I mean, I think I kind
Yeah.
of get the gist of why, but can you
Certainly.
kind of expand
Yeah,
on that a little
the
bit?
short answer is that is typically a general preference that most communities have. Nicole has presented some information that was unknown to me at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I think it's actually really fascinating that she has some real specific information that she's able to put, into the discussion. I think in terms of cost, prior to the special election being called by the governor, I think that Juan was looking at being able to use this as kind of a training opportunity, especially for some of the volunteers and different things like this. He was wanting to spend some time. And I think it's going to be a little harder for them to achieve that because of what the demand is going to be relative to the special election. So the recommendation was just recognizing in general, people really like to have that option. But this is also very helpful information in real time, much more than I've had before.
And I
Great.
believe Jill and I worked on some language in this, so you guys would have that option.
Right.
Mhm.
Both presented in front of you, so you can motion however
Sure.
you'd see fit.
Correct.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I do have a follow-up question for you. Do you think this would be a good test to see if we can get people to come back to the voting booth, or do you think?
So
what are
we
your thoughts on
have, we do have the data, and I will say we as a Vote Center County, we already have our election administration planned for the next election year.
Mhm.
So the gubernatorial primary and general of next year set in place, and we do not intend to bring a Vote Center back to Prashall.
Great, thank you. Alrighty. If there's no further questions, I'll open it up to the public.
Thank you.
All right, does the public wish to comment on this item? Yes, Marty, go ahead.
Well, Marty Granger, maybe I didn't hear everything she was saying, but it seems odd to me to have mailing in when we're all in this little tiny community. It would be more expensive to mail out ballots and then mail them back. It just seems odd that it wouldn't just be in person.
Great, thank you.
Can I speak that really
Yeah.
quick?
Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
It's in the state of California, it's a legal requirement that all elections are all mail as of 2020. So no matter what election we administer in the state of California, it will be an all mail ballot no matter what.
I was going to bring forward the same comment. Basically, we're going to have to do it no matter what. It is the current thing. There are certain people, and I don't agree with in Washington, D.C., that think mail-in ballots should not be done. I have faith in Juan and the system here. I think it's a great program we have. See no reason to go ahead and spend $2,000 more that we don't have. I think that as testified here, there were 3 people that were irate about it or something, but they voted anyway. I think we're all used to it, and I strongly suggest we don't have the polling place, especially since it's not going to happen in the future anyway. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
All right. Julie Christie, go ahead.
Sorry. Yes. First off, I just do not condone the recall. Anybody I talk to does not condone it. So, in that aspect, I would advise our council to go in the direction that's going to be the least amount of wasteful public fund expenditure. And so I understand other elections might procure more need for in-person mail-in, but I don't want to see any more waste of public funds on this situation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Lynn, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question maybe for you.
about turnout, because I think this election will probably hinge a lot on people's feelings. The people who feel the most strongly about this issue will probably be the ones who will make the most efforts to vote. So it seems to me like it's most important to make sure everyone can easily access the ability to vote in this election, because we want to have really a fair representation and not just the representation by the people who feel the strongest about the issue. So I don't know, because I don't know that much about elections, if having both options might encourage a broader um, expanse of people to vote versus just mail in or making it restricted in any way. So that would be important to me, that we hear from the majority of all of the citizens.
Great, thank you. Any further public comment? Yes, go ahead.
I think my greatest concern is the way that this special election falls, because it's going to fall after Christmas. They're going to get ballots either before or after Christmas. They're going to go through 2 holidays if it goes to the 6th. And people are really busy and set things aside. And I think it's one of those kind of things that there should be an opportunity at the last minute to go to the polling place if you haven't mailed in your ballot. So I just think there's so many circumstances and time constraints and holidays that I think everyone should have the opportunity to get out there and vote.
Great, thank you.
Do you have a question?
Any further public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council for discussion and
Well,
We have,
sorry.
yeah, well, we kind of started based on a question. The thrust of the conversation needs to be the establishment of a date.
yeah.
And you haven't had that conversation.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't
So-
move too fast.
I apologize. I jumped ahead. Nicole was there and took the opportunity. Thank you.
I have a question related to that. Couple things actually. So I spoke with Juan several weeks ago, and I also asked Jill what the preferable notes on here were based on. And I was told that preference came from Juan, from your department, I'm not sure. And that it was based on projections for voter turnout. But I also see that there's no analysis of the January 6th date. No for or against on that. And so I'm wondering, did you do the same type of projection for all 3 of these dates as, or did you not analyze January 6th?
I think at the last meeting, when it was delayed, January 6th was added as an option because so when this election is called, we by elections code have to call it 88 to 135 days. And at the time, under the assumption that it was on the agenda for the last meeting, we factored in 88 to 135 days from that date. So the January 6th was added after the fact. So at that point, it was just an added date. But the preference was to basically say the December 23rd and the December 30th, you were asking for the lowest of turnout. It's Christmas for many folks who celebrate, as well as New Year's Day for everybody. So we were just giving our 2 cents of elections, that putting it right before the holidays, especially even whether it be in person or all mail ballot, is just not preferable. So the January 6th was added after the fact.
Okay.
But that would still be considered preferable.
Okay.
We just wanted to skirt around the December 23rd
gotcha.
and 30th
Okay.
option because
So there's no like election magic that you applied to these dates that said one was better than the other.
no, simply just the 2 dates that fell the Tuesdays prior to those major holidays.
Okay.
We just wanted to give all information, but of course you can choose those dates still as a council. It was just our 2 cents that voters will likely not show up as often or give their ballots when they're focused on the holidays.
Right. And one also shared with me that the ballots and voter information would likely be mailed together approximately 30 days prior to the election date.
Yeah, we are legally held to 30 days before the election date. So for example, if December 9th is the chosen election day, 29 days prior, those will be hitting the mailboxes.
Okay.
So
And-
so it is, we're held to a certain date. It wouldn't be approximately.
Okay. And so technically, as soon as somebody gets their ballot in the mail, they can open that ballot, they can mark it, they can seal it and put it right back into the mail that same day.
Correct. As well as even on election day, as
Mhm.
Tuesdays, post office is open, they can fill it out same day and still give it back to the post office.
And will there be a drop box in Blue Lake where people can go other than the mailbox to drop a ballot?
That could be decided. So we are administering the election on behalf of your city, so
Okay.
that can be decided and added in. The Dropbox situation would be a lot less intensive in terms of staffing.
Uh-huh.
So it'd simply be open and available and checked routinely, just as it is for most elections. And right at 8 p.m., there will only be 2 staff closing it down and bringing it back to our office to administer. So that is definitely an option, a route you all can take if you wanted a drop-off location. And our office in Eureka will consistently, we have a Dropbox open 24 hours outside of our office, as well as in our lobby during business hours.
Okay.
And those will always be available to your city to use.
Okay.
And we also, just to speak a little bit on accessibility in terms of folks who kind of mentioned it during public comment, where we always will have access to remote access vote by mail and means of folks if anybody needs help. We get a lot of calls to our office during elections, and we'll help out any folks who need that. Despite there's no cost included for our office to help out any folks who are having accessibility issues. No matter how we administer an election, it'll always be accessible to all in any jurisdiction.
So can you speak to the difference between having an in-person polling place where there's a whole bunch of staff and having a Dropbox option that same day that would be located in Blue Lake?
The difference would be a voter could come in on that day and without bringing in their vote by mail ballot, they'll simply be able to come up, check in as a voter, and get their ballot printed on demand with the one question that'll be on the ballot, vote and vote their ballot in person rather than in a vote by mail envelope where they're putting it in, say, a Dropbox to get processed later.
So if somebody wanted to vote, but they'd lost their mail-in ballot, they wouldn't have an option to vote unless we have an in-person polling place.
Not at all. That's what I was mentioning. At no extra cost, our office is always available. So let's say, and this is very common in Humboldt, those vote by mails, especially if the mail gets wet, their envelope gets sticky or something happens to it, they can always have the accessible option to call our office, and we would work with them to either send them a secondary vote by mail ballot or have the option to come in to our office in Eureka to retrieve a secondary vote by mail ballot. Yeah, we always want people to vote.
Great, thank you.
I'm sorry, can I ask, just for clarification, you said how many people use the in-person polling place from Blue Lake?
I would hate to be held to an exact number at
doesn't
this
have to
time,
be
but if
exact.
anybody wants to public request it, we'll give them the exact data from that. But I don't believe we hit even 200.
Okay.
It was quite low. Our absolute lowest, and I think the other lowest was at 200. So had to be beyond below that.
I think for the last, the election in November, those numbers are available on your website.
Correct. We didn't have any in-person voting, but the numbers are available for how many voters turned out.
That's it. Thank you.
From Blue Lake. So how many
Okay.
voted in the general election for Blue Lake?
But elsewhere, like with the Dropbox type situation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, everyone speak louder.
Oh, I thought I was. I thought I was.
There's
Great,
that diaphragm.
all right.
Okay.
Any further questions? Do we want to go ahead and select a date? That's our first task, correct?
Okay.
I would move that we select January 6th.
Why?
I think it's past the holidays, so it kind of helps folks to get some of that out of the equation. And also, it kind of gives everybody a little bit of a break, a little more space between the elections, the election that's going to happen in November, and this one.
Does anyone else want the 6th?
One of the things I was thinking about January 6th is it would, if it was the 9th, which was preferable, I think the 16th gets too close to Christmas, but the 9th would mean that the ballots would literally come out just a couple of days after the other election happens. And my concern there is just that confusion. I see this as probably being a fairly heated election about this redistricting. And I'm just wondering if a person gets a ballot right after they went and, voted, whether or not that would cause some confusion or allow this election to get kind of wrapped up in that if you were just getting another ballot right after you voted. So for that reason, I would probably go with the January 6th date.
Anyone else for January 6th?
I think I could look at each date and find a pro or a con with it. The con would be it's just that much further out. On the other hand, it does put behind all of those other events. Wait, did I have it right there? I guess I would like for us, if we could have a crystal ball and know what date is most likely to accommodate the most voters, that would be the ideal situation. The concern that I have is anywhere in December, frankly, is that people travel and they're gone. So by January and after New Year's, people are back from whatever travel, and that could capture the most. On the other hand, the ballots come out sooner. So I know for myself, when I was looking and, possibly on the recall, I had looked at the date furthest out because it takes a great deal of time already just being a council person. And then there's real work that's involved to be able to address the concerns of the people, to hear what led them to the recall and to rebuild communication. So I think that it's not just a binary yes, no. There's a whole bit of work that falls on that person who is to be recalled. So when I was under that spotlight and felt it, I felt like, gosh, with everything else, I needed more time. So it goes either way.
Michelle, any comments?
I just keep looking at December 9th, just looking at it as being somewhere far enough away from Christmas. I feel that January 6th might be a little too close to those holidays. A lot of people are still traveling. I guess maybe some of the kids are back in school. It is. It's hard to just predict. We certainly want the most involvement and we want the best outcome. It is difficult to see, but there is a part of me that wants to get to work and get this done and not have it drag out into 2026. But again, I understand the other opinion.
And also the January 6th date would allow, basically the mail-in would be coming out in December 6th. And so that is after a holiday. It's not connected to the election, the prior election. And then, as Kat pointed out, some of the people probably most people would be back in town. So, yeah.
When would they be receiving their mail-in ballot?
December.
If we did it in January 6th, when would they receive their ballot roughly?
That's okay. Let me pull up some exact dates because that'll be helpful to the conversation. Apologies, I didn't have these canned. So if in the case of calling the election for December 9th, the ballots would go out on effectively hit mailboxes the week of November 10th. So it is following the special election. And they would go out the week of December 8th if it was called on January 6th.
December 8th.
Right. Did we just get them for all of the dates or the 9th, the 16th, and the 6th?
So it'd just be following the week. So if it was the 16th, the ballots would go out the week of November 17th. following, if it was called for the 23rd, it'd come out the week of the 24th. And December 30th, it'd come out the first week of December.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from council?
Thanksgiving there.
Jill, just to confirm, do we need to open this up to the public again? Because
Well,
we,
actually, there's a procedural issue.
okay,
You've got a motion on the table and no second, but you've been discussing an issue without a second.
great.
So is there a motion for the second? So that way the audience knows what they're commenting on.
I apologize. What was the motion and who made it?
I made a motion to choose January 6th.
Okay, great. We have a first. We have a motion.
I
Do
have
we have a second?
second.
We have a first and a second. Okay. Now, can we open up for public comment on the date?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Does the public wish to speak on that date? Yes, Adeline, go ahead.
I think that we need to look to the experts. And we have Nicole here. We had Juan Cervantes here earlier last meeting. And they all said December 9th was the preferable date. And I think that's one of the things this council needs to do is listen to the experts. And they're the ones that have to do the work here. So that's how I feel that December 9th would be my preference.
Great, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I think when the original dates were done, and I could be corrected, but there were two dates that were a no-go. The other date, December 6th, wasn't done either way. It wasn't yes or no. So as far as questioning that thing, I don't think that would be, there'd be any more of a negative thing be doing the 6th other than using your other two earlier dates, as far as that goes. And I do understand that everybody involved in this, if they want transparency, full education of everybody, if they want to just do a quick as we can and one and done thing, then of course they would rush it through. But the more time people have to understand the process in any election, transparency and the ability to understand, communicate, find out what's going on, and form an informed opinion, not around an area that already has a lot of political consultation. But it basically does. And so I strongly would support the motion that's on the table. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you. Further public comment? Seeing, yes, go ahead.
I think the January date is well advised. I think people get back into business mode after January 2 or so. And it gives all of us more time to speak with our neighbors and learn what our concerns are. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Julie, go ahead.
I support the motion, but I do appreciate correlating with the elections office with their best convenience as well. But I do support this motion.
Great, thank you. All right, last call for public comment. Seeing none, bringing it back to council for consideration of the motion. All right, we have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
It passes 4-1.
I'm sorry.
The
4-1.
motion passed 4-1.
And who opposed?
I oppose.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so we have the date selected. Now we need to pick the voting method and location. So, staff, would you? So we're just picking whether or not it's mail
You
only
needed,
or
so this conversation began at the front part, which was to determine the voting method preference.
right.
Yep.
I would say to have both. And the reason for that, she said that the election before was spread out over several days and there were 200 voters that used that option. The city of Blue Lake only has slightly over 800 voters, so 200 is actually quite a few. And so I would like to see both ways, in mail-in and in-person voting.
Great.
I would support that also. I think we've heard from a number of people tonight that that would prefer that. So I would support the in-person as well.
It makes sense. I don't want to limit anybody's ability. And as it was pointed out, after the holidays, cleaning up the mess, find that ballot. And maybe it's too late. Maybe we do need to have an option for in person because of the timing. It feels like maybe we need to accommodate for that.
Great. Pat, you here?
I think that I really appreciate what you're saying on that. I think that at every turn, we have to consider this nickel and diming effect of authorizing expenses. I think that $2,000, when there is already a clear way to be able to vote, no one is denied. If they're registered, they will get that ballot. There's over a month to get that in. So, and if there's that option of a drop box, or you can, go to the county, then, that's a second option that is available. But that expense of, $2,000 to be prepared for is significant when we're already looking at, possibly $10, $12, $15,000. So.
Great.
I do have a question about the drop box. So does that mean that there would be someplace here that would be open on that day, but it would just be to drop them off, or it's just a drop in somewhere within the community? How
So
does
that
that work?
So we, until we're not able to move forward with administering and finding a site yet, so we would have to find that location. So we could work potentially at the Prash Hall to be, because the drop box would have to be open until 8 p.m. on election day. So we would have to find that location, pay any associated rental fees. We typically right now work with Murphy's Markets, Race Food Place, et cetera, to be able to put drop box locations all over throughout the county. We would not be able to utilize those connections at this point in time because none of them are currently in Blue Lake. So we would have to find a means to make that happen.
Okay.
But in terms of a Dropbox location, our office at 2426 6th Street in Eureka, right across from that Target, where the old Harley Davidson used to be, that's what they love to say, that will have a 24-hour outside Dropbox throughout the day ballots go out up until our election closes, of course, with secure location. And then the inside of our office has a Dropbox as well, open during business hours.
Mm-hmm. So if Prash was available, then there would be someone there on the voting day they could be dropped in there. No.
It would not be staffed.
It would
So
not
it
be
would just be a
staffed.
secure ballot box, what you see out throughout the county to typical election, that somebody would be there to remove ballots from securely, team of two, as well as at 8 p.m., team of two to be there to close it up and pull ballots because polls will close right at 8 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Jill, just for clarification, can I open it up to the public before a motion is made, or do I need to wait before the
You
motion
can
is
do
made?
either or. I do
Okay.
think that it's helpful if you frame the
Great.
discussion.
Thank you. Okay. Do we want to entertain a motion?
I'll just go ahead and jump out there and we'll see if it flies or not. I would make a motion to be ballot only, or with a drop box at Prash Hall, but not the whole kit and caboodle.
Could you restate your motion?
The motion is to have mail-in vote and a drop box at Prash Hall.
I'll second that. We have a first and a second. All right, I'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
I'm so sorry for that. We would have to, for that motion, we would have to have an exact language, whether you'd want that Dropbox at Prash Hall for the full 30 days or just on election day only, for us to be able to administer that properly for you all. Thank you.
That's good.
Great.
It's impossible for
So-
us.
I think to make it easy on staff, and one other thing, I'm going to withdraw the motion so we can clean the conversation up, if that's okay.
Thank you. Is that good with the seconder of the
Yes.
motion?
Do I have to?
You actually
I'm
have
good.
to consent.
I consent to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the idea being is, would it be Prash Hall for the Dropbox, or could it be appropriate to have it at City Hall since we have staff and the city clerk there? And
Point of clarification.
yes,
It would need to be open, City Hall would need to be open until 8 p.m.
Correct.
on that election evening.
Yeah, from
Right,
7 a.m.
okay.
If it's election day only, it would be 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay. Is that something that city staff think that they could do or want to take on?
I would have to check with a couple of staff members if they could get here. I could probably stay late.
Okay. I'm just, rather than having to have it staffed at Prash Hall and having that open.
I may not be here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Is it
Just
possible
realize
we
the
can
date.
hear from the public before we take a vote on
Sure.
this? Okay,
Mm.
thank you.
Yes,
We just have to have a motion.
Okay.
So
Oh,
do
I'm
we
still
want
trying
to,
to
do we
figure
want to
it
entertain another motion?
All right.
A different motion? Anyone?
Um, I would make a motion that we have both in person and mail-in ballot for the day.
So not a Dropbox.
Not a
Full in
Dropbox.
in
Yeah.
person.
Mhm.
I'll second that. All right. We have a first and a second. Can we open up for public comment? Does the public wish to comment on whether or not we have a Dropbox and official election site?
We can clarify.
I'm a little unclear on the motion. So is this motion a motion to have both the Dropbox and in-person voting on voting day?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I would support that. Thinking about myself at the holidays, I'm going to lose my ballot. We're going to clean house, people to come over. It's going to get lost, and then on election day, people are going to say, "I don't have my ballot." Anything that encourages people to vote, makes it as easy as possible, I support, and I think this is a good motion.
Great, thank you. Julie, go ahead.
I'm just curious on the time span that would be put on the in-person and mail-in. Thank you.
I didn't.
I'm
time
not
span-
clear
she said the
I'm
time
not
either.
span.
clear with the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The time
It's on the time span that would be allowed for the mail-in and the in-person.
All right. So for mail-in ballots, you'll get those. Those hit the mailbox 29 days prior to the election date. That goes through USPS, so you'll get it within the week, depending on your address, and you'll have the entire month up until election day to get that postmarked or delivered to our office, depending on how you choose to vote. In terms of in-person voting, the vote center site the election polling site will be open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on whatever date, Tuesday, January 6th.
Great. All right. Any further public comment? Yes, go ahead.
According to testimony from Juan Pablo's office, I guess if you're gonna do it, it'll be the last time we'll ever do it. I don't see any reason for it. I think we've made the change and to save the $2,000. I support the fact that if you lose your ballot, like they said, you can plain and simply go into the Eureka thing. They can reissue you a whole new ballot at that time. And you, as long as you got there before whenever they close 5 o'clock rather than 8, then you can do the whole voting process. I see no reason to do this at this time. But if you feel it's absolutely necessary to spend $2,000 we don't have, I guess we'll do it.
All right. Any further public comment?
I just wanted to clarify a few things. Our office will be open till 8 p.m. on election day, Tuesday, January 6th. So let's say a Blue Lake voter did have a situation with the ballot, they could come into our office, we would issue them a ballot, and they would just simply put it in a vote by mail envelope and drop it in our office. So we'll be open, our office will be open on election day, administering the election. We won't, if you opt to not do in-person voting, we won't have ballot print on demand, but we will be able to reprint and get that ballot going. Not till 5 p.m. Our typical business hours, it will be 8 p.m. just as a typical election day. Thank you. Just wanted to
And
clarify.
if somebody wasn't able to come to your office, if somebody was missing a ballot and couldn't come to your office, what options do they have?
Simply call our office and we'll reissue, and that'll come to them via the mail. If they call us on a 7:30 on election night, the options are quite limited.
So anytime during the day on election day, what would be their options if they couldn't come to you?
The options, if they could not come to us on election day, would be, again, limited. We do have a remote access vote by mail accessibility through Democracy Live, which is our vendor for that. So they could go online. It's not online voting, but it's for folks who have had the situation, medically are not able to leave their home, aren't getting their ballots for whatever situation via the mail, and they can go onto a website. We help them, walk them through it. They're able to print out a ballot or access a ballot to get to us, and it's duplicated onto an official ballot. So we do have accessibility means beyond just reprinting a ballot that everybody in the jurisdiction would have access to.
Great. All right. Last call. Seeing none, bring it back to council. So we have a motion and a second. The motion was to include.
To have both in-person and mail-in ballot with the in-person.
Can we get a clarification that that would be Prash Hall?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Fresh all. Yeah.
So we have first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
2 ayes, 3 nays.
Can we list those?
Yeah.
Yes. So Bailey?
Bayless.
Bayless, sorry.
Mhm.
Aye.
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 Nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, 3 nays. So the motion does not pass. Do we want to entertain another motion?
I think the next best option, I'd make a motion to have the mail-in ballot plus a drop box at Crash Hall. Just at Crash Hall.
Okay, great. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 It passes 4-2. Did you nay?
Oh, nay. Yeah.
Nay. Okay. So do I need to read off the vote count? Is that what we're doing?
No, I just want to double check that we got the second. Thank you.
Michelle, yeah, I'm sorry, my hand.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
And
So
it was unanimous.
No.
No, I said nay.
Sorry, 4-1. Who
Nay.
was nay? Bays. Okay.
so do we need to request Humboldt County voter registers perform full services, or that's what we just did?
So we need to have approval of resolution 1240.
Okay. Can we entertain a motion to approve resolution 1240?
So moved.
I'm so sorry. There was no clarification on whether there was a drop box on election day only or throughout the entire time ballots are out. So I'm not sure if that needs to be worked in to make sure we administer it. The election just as how you'd like. Sorry, point of order.
Nope, that's not.
Well, how do we make an amendment to that motion to make it the one day, on election day for drop box availability?
Sort of look at Ryan
Do
for
it
the.
as a separate motion.
Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion that it be a one-day Dropbox availability on the day of the election
First by Napier.
at Prash Hall.
We have a motion by Napier,
Second.
second by Louis Lusa. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Nay.
Bailey is nay. All right. So we have a motion on the floor to pass resolution number 1240. And we have a second. Who was our second?
Oh, I'll second.
Louis Luso seconded. So we have first and second, opening up the floor for public comment on resolution 1240.
Hang on, before we do that,
Sure.
there's some blanks in the resolution that have been determined by our prior motions.
Okay.
So if the motion could just reflect the amendment to the draft to state the council's selected election dates and also the method of conducting the election, which would be mailed ballot. So if we can just incorporate that into the motion, we can complete the resolution before it's signed,
Can we say so moved?
as long as the second agrees.
Yes.
So we have a first and a second, passing resolution number 1240. Opening up for public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. All those in favor of passing resolution number 1240?
We'll call the
Roll call. Napier?
Councilmember Napier,
Aye.
Councilmember Louis Luso,
Aye.
Councilmember Swatsky,
Aye.
Councilmember Scafani,
Yes.
and Councilmember Bales.
Aye.
All right, so the last point of business on this is to waive rental charges for use of Crash Hall as voting location.
So moved.
Second.
We have a. All right,
Done.
We have a first and a second. I'll open it up for public comment. This is with regards to waiving rental charges for use of crash hall at the voting location. Does anyone wish to comment on this item? Seeing. Do you wish to speak? Okay.
First was Stefani, second was Michelle.
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, this is to waive rental charges for the use of crash hall. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for a vote. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
I
Aye.
It passes.
Did you ask for opposed?
Opposed?
Yes.
Thank
Seeing
you.
none. Thank you.
It always makes it easier
Mhm,
when you're
mhm.
doing voice votes to make it clear.
See that.
All right, are we done with item number 5 then, correct?
All right.
Moving on.
Speeding along here.
Still on page 1.
Do we
All
need a
right,
break?
moving on to item number 6. Sorry, everyone, for the wait. The city council's request to discuss and approve the memorandum of understanding, the MOU between the city and Redwood Coast Mountain Bike Association, RCMBA, to formalize their role on fundraising, volunteer coordination, and community outreach in support of the Blue Lake Bike Park. City staff, would you like to fill us in on this?
Yeah, so there's a few things that are going on, one of which was just brought to my attention a few minutes ago. But the topic for conversation is for approval of the MOU between the Redwood Coast Mountain Bike Association and the City of Blue Lake. And one thing that I want to make really clear to folks is that since I've been here, this has been a pretty big topic. And it's also a topic which has become very enmeshed with a lot of different issues around, financing and the construction and the project. And then there's the MOUs, and this is my attempt to kind of break it apart so we could begin having some, productive conversations around it. So I wanted to start with the MOU. I am aware that we do have other people here who are also interested in entering into a similar type of agreement with the city, who are not members with the Redwood Coast Mountain Bike Association. So, I want to just identify that. So, what I want to bring forward and realize that I'm trying to put together kind of a history of different events that have transpired over the last few years, of which there's very little written record. So if there's, information that I'm fundamentally misunderstanding, it's simply because I don't have all of the information. But I can say for certainty that at their meeting of September 22nd in 2020, the city manager presented to city council a conceptual framework for the Blue Lake Bike Park. And staff was directed to return to council with a site plan to explore potential partnerships as well as funding sources and to develop a comprehensive project proposal for formal approval by city council. At the June 22nd, 2021 meeting, there was an update that was presented. It was a verbal update which indicated that the project was in the design phase and it was being developed in a collaborative manner with RCMBA, Friends of Annie Mary, and the Humboldt Skate Collective. And over the last 3 years, the Bike Park Initiative has garnered a tremendous amount of community support with a lot of volunteer efforts and donations into helping to create this vision into a reality. The RCMBA is a nonprofit entity, and they've been committed towards the realization of this project. I'm actually going to need to, sorry, because I literally just learned this, withdraw for a moment my recommendation for approval because Ryan noted that number one, I'm still waiting to hear back from Sierra, number one. And number two, it looks like the version that was included in your council packet was not his red line version. And
Okay.
that we didn't catch because there was a lot of different, files that were in there.
Okay.
But I do think that we need to open it up for some conversation because I think that there are, other members. I think that the Bike Association would really welcome the opportunity to both introduce themselves and engage in some conversations with council. And I believe that some council members may also have some questions and whatnot. So my apologies for the misstep on that one. but like I said, Ryan just gave me the heads up on this. And I will say that just to help put some framing around it, um, it sounds like probably if the council is approving in concept, moving forward with an MOU, then we're going to be looking for specific directions so that we can incorporate it into an MOU that will come back for approval and incorporate that. So that is where we are for this moment. Ryan can go ahead and add some of the pieces that he's got. Um, Quite frankly, the reason that I didn't catch the red line in is that we had compressed it so that you weren't reviewing a red line document. You were looking at the document in its entirety, which is typically what council is going to see. So my apologies on that.
Yeah, and I think, the red lines have been, and my understanding is the red lines have been reviewed by RCMBA some months ago. And so they're really risk mitigation concepts, with respect to volunteers, tracking hours, safety briefings, insurance indemnification, um, and lack of ability to incur expenses on behalf of the city. And so really it's the standard things that you would think that I would put in an agreement. Conceptually it remains the same. But if the council wanted to, there's also, I'm just seeing it now, provisions for ownership of designs, intellectual property, things that may be engineered, that the city would own those things, and that the city retains final authority over all aspects of project planning, design, and execution. That all work would be performed in accordance with all applicable laws, and that the city reserves the right to immediately halt any work as it moves forward. So, if the council was inclined to approve the MOU, it could be with, as part of the motion, that it would incorporate the city attorney's red lines, and any additional input from CIRA on the insurance provisions. But I did, as part of my red line, incorporate CIRA's model insurance provisions for this type of work. So I assume they will be okay with that.
And I was just doing a quick little side with Gina Bauer, who's with RCMBA, and they have had the opportunity to see the red line version that Ryan had presented before.
Great. Any questions from council? Do you have a presentation or any kind of comments from? No. Great.
So are you suggesting that we would approve something tonight, even though we haven't seen the final version of it?
I'm not suggesting it. I'm just saying you can.
Okay.
If you want to see the red line, it we could either print it, you could review it tonight, or we could bring it back. Either one is fine.
Well, there's a couple things in here that I was not that I thought didn't look right. One of them, and I failed to mark them, so I can't find them right away, but one of them was a statement that said that the city would remove all administrative hurdles. And that just struck me as being an odd thing to put in the MOU. Because it would seem that any administrative processes that might be in place would be there for good reason. And so I'm not particularly comfortable with that. And then the other thing was that any future amendments to this agreement could be made between the board of RCMBA and the city manager. I'm also not comfortable with that. We're here today with a history of things that didn't come before the council, so I think that it's important that any change to this in the future would have to come before the full council.
And just a note on the administrative hurdles, it doesn't say remove, it says minimize. Administrative hurdles to the greatest extent possible. We can strike that. I think there may be some administrative hurdles with respect to volunteer labor that could be dispensed with, as long as they're tracking their volunteer hours and are responsible for volunteers. But you know, I wasn't too concerned about that one because it's up to the city with respect to what hurdles it puts in place, and the MOU really defines what those are, including some of the additional risk mitigation ones that I included as part of my red line.
Further questions?
Well, I was thinking about the one that's talking about the grants, and I don't know how much that holds the city liable or whatever for the grants, but if we don't even know what they are, then I don't know about having anything in there about us participating in grants if we wouldn't know what they are. That could be brought to the city council, but I would be concerned about that. And, you know, I do want to voice my concern about the way all of this project has been handled from the beginning. And that we are in this place looking at an MOU because it wasn't done a long time ago and it should have been. And there was no motion made by the council on that September 22nd, 2020 meeting. There was no motion made by the council, so we don't really know what if the full council was in agreement to this or not. And I know we are where we are today, but my concern is there's never been a project plan, just a site plan. There were 2 different maps that came out on this project. And those 2 different maps were just drafts. And what we have out there is not the same as those 2 drafts, neither one of them. We have something out there totally different. For me, I need to see a project proposal. I need to see something in detail, the cost analysis, what the city's getting ourselves into. This feels like we're putting the cart before the horse because we do not know what this is going to cost us. So we are looking at committing the city to an arrangement. And I commend our CMBA for all their hard work. I am not against this project, but I am concerned that we don't know the cost of this. We don't know the expectations. And right now, even when I went out there and walked it off, this project is very much larger than the map that was there. So how do we now, we also have a half pipe added to this, which was never part of the site plan. So my concern is this project has grown in a way, and what is the city committing itself to financially? Because we are struggling, and I get it. I just voted to add money in another realm. But the Parks and Recreation budget is not balanced. It is, we do not raise enough money in that fund to pay for what's going on. It is also that fund has grown by $200,000 in the last few years. So it is half of our general fund for Parks and Recreation. So my concern here is we're adding on more cost without being clear about what we're doing. So these are all my concerns that I would like answered before we move on to an MOU. Thank you.
If I could just clarify that the purpose of the MOU is not to give a green light to the completion of the bike park.
Right.
It's to formalize a relationship for setting a foundation for fundraising efforts, and assistance in design and completion should the council choose to move forward.
Yeah.
It's formalizing a relationship that hadn't yet been formalized. And in that sense, and going back to Jill's comments, we're kind of trying to approach this incrementally. And formalizing our relationship with RCMBA is something that we've wanted to do for some time, just because it was a document that was missing.
Right.
And so just clarification on it.
Right. It's, to me, it still seems as though we are all this says that we shall, and it talks about us being involved in the cost of this project. So I'm not saying this isn't a good idea. I just want to reaffirm I am in favor of a project like this. I would just like to have more information before I would go forward with this. Yeah.
So how long have we had the draft MOU for? How long has it been circulating around? This one's 6/11. May. Okay.
I could check.
It's-
I think Danny first gave it to me in May.
It also says like this is considered on a project by project basis. Is there like multiple planned projects or anything like that, or is that just to future proof this MOU?
You know, it's probably incrementally with respect to the things within the bike park that need to be completed.
Okay,
But this is all about the bike park.
got it. So ensure when it says ensure none of the parties' mutual projects are altered or reconfigured, what is that doing?
Where's that?
Ensure none of the parties' mutual projects is altered or reconfigured by RCMBA or members with
Give him a
consent from the
reference
city.
point.
Item number 7 under
C7.
C7. Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Thank you.
just a directive to RCMBA to comply with the city's design plans
Okay.
without the city's consent.
And then the advocate for RCMBA, is that like what does that mean exactly?
Where do you see that?
That is, sorry, D7. Say nice things to each other.
It's a favorable referral.
Okay.
Sure. They're a nonprofit that do a number of fundraising efforts, and certainly if given the work that they have and may in the future put in for the city, I think they're looking to be able to generate positive referrals.
And then I'm just going to agree with Elise on the city manager being the point of modifications of this agreement. We've dealt with the issue before.
Which one?
Unless that's standard, is that standard operating procedure to have the city manager modify MOUs?
It really sort of depends on the city and the relationship. And so I think that, for the time being, it would be prudent to go ahead and have things come to council. I mean, if it can keep things from falling off the rails again, it's a cheap way to manage it.
Great.
So what number was that, please?
That was
E2.
And then Ryan, FA, that's just a general statement. Mutual and indemnification. Each party agrees to indemnify and hold.
Yeah, so that's one of the significant changes that I have. There's
Good.
2 sections now. There's RCMBA indemnification of the city, in which we have full and complete indemnification and defense for the performance of work under the MOU by RCMBA, its members, volunteers, agents, and subcontractors. Any breach of the MOU by RCMBA, any negligent or wrongful act or omission, any violation of applicable laws, regulations, or permits, any bodily injury, personal injury, or property damage occurring under the performance of the MOU. And then the city has a indemnification of RCMBA for the city's own negligence.
Great.
And just to be clear again, RCMBA has had an opportunity to review that, and that was acceptable language. Yeah. So when we're going to get a chance, we need to make sure you're on the microphone so that it gets caught. Yeah. Yeah. No, not yet. Wait for these guys to do that.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I had a question, number D4, provide any specialized tool, the city shall provide any specialized tools or equipment that RCMBA does not already possess. To what extent does that fall? Examples?
It currently, in the red line, it says subject to budgetary limitations and as approved by the city, comma, provide any specialized tools.
Gotcha. Okay, right. Thank you.
Good.
Ryan, would there be any issues with the California Public Contract Code, PCC, and CEQA, and the other applicable laws not applying to them running the project?
So the public contracting code is this is volunteer labor. prevailing wage applies to works of public improvement that are paid for in whole or in part by public funds. Volunteer labor has exemptions. And the volunteers would be working through RCMBA, not directly for the city. That does not mean that the actual physical work may not require licensed contractors. And that's going to be, an issue by issue basis, but primarily this MOU is for fundraising and coordination of volunteer labor under the supervision of contractors.
And then donations that were received by RCMBA under the Blue Lake City's umbrella, would those be deposited in the city account, or how would those be distributed?
A little louder.
Yeah, sorry. So
okay.
funds that were received for Blue Lake, would those go into the Blue Lake Fund, or how would those resources be raised and managed?
So I think that's a really fair question. And I think it's a question that we need to ask our CMBA, how they are handling their accounting and what kind of auditing procedures might take place. So I can't speak to, how they are doing it now. And so that would be something I think would be appropriate to ask a representative of their organization as far as how they are ensuring that as they are collecting monies, how they are segregating them for some of their other project funds, or basically what that what their approach is. And then I'll defer to, this is a really different animal. I'll defer to Ryan if he's got some experience for what that looks like using a volunteer organization for conducting an audit of their finances.
Yeah, I mean, with respect to the donations themselves, in terms of which bank account they go into determines the donor's intent, right? If a check's made out to the city, it goes to the city. If a check's made out to RCMBA, it goes to RCMBA. And then RCMBA could make decisions as to, whether to pay for certain costs directly, donate those funds to the city, earmarked for the bike park. And so that would be, something that would be worked out as we progress forward. In terms of, auditing of funds that are raised, a lot of that's governed under the nonprofit law. Something that I don't touch. So
That's not what I was diving into. I was just generally about what happened.
Sure.
I would like to piggyback on that. On the fundraising part of it. On the fundraising part of it, sorry, I think I'm being loud. If an entity, any entity, is to use the City of Blue Lake's name to do fundraising for the city, then I think that we should kind of hold them to a standard where if those dollars are in the name of the city, then we know when they have arrived and how, if they're restricted or unrestricted funds, that we would have a reasonable timeline for those funds to be dispersed, that the city would be able, and if they're unrestricted funds, then the city would make the determination of what is being paid first. If they're restricted, obviously they would go to that specific item. I think, I think a lot of people have been working in good faith, but for city government, I just have a concept that we would be more formal in if somebody's using our name, then and they get a pool of money, at what point does that become utilized by the city and the determination for that utilization? I think those are terms that need to be examined and spelled out pretty specifically.
And I think
as much as possible.
those are questions that would be really great to get a response from representatives from the association, because they may have already addressed some of those things, and I just don't have the answers, from me. But I would ask that a representative come forth in order to answer that kind of a question, because they'll be able to.
And then more than a question.
It removes it from the speculative.
Right. And rather than it being a question, but having language within our MOU that addresses some of that so that we know the parameters rather than, is it collected in January? We don't see it until November. Is it collected in January and it goes out the next day? Do they dictate who is paid or do we make that determination? basically accountability is more than X comes in and Y comes out. It's that amount of time where that money is held
Right.
in the interim. I guess
So
that's one of my questions.
maybe a way to phrase it would be to ask the question how they have handled their donations and allocations to the city
Mhm.
to date. Because then maybe we could develop language to reflect if the council is comfortable
Mhm.
with the practice that they have already employed over the last 3-4 years.
So fundraising was one part, and then it's clear in this, and this doesn't have to do with the MOU, but I think there is a component where I keep hearing echoed that I think more is going towards staff, which is plans and specifications and estimates for the phases that have been presented. In March or April or both of this year, we were given a framework of about $40,000 fundraise, about $40,000, 45, spent out, and an overall project cost in the area of 75, 80,000. And then we're presented within Parks and Rec something that's going over to $500,000. So it's difficult to say, well, let's do an MOU without saying, well, let's be either specific or incremental in what we do so we can be mindful that we're all working in partnership and in step with each other. So, as a council member, I'm concerned that we didn't have enough information provided. And over a period of 2 months, it grew from an 80,000 to a 500,000 situation. So as Councilmember Bayless was saying, if what we had, we're adding to this, the pump track, et cetera. And again, this isn't necessarily an RCMBA problem, but this is a city problem to say, how far can we go on this? And we have to kind of look at it as if it comes out of our own pocket and as if we have to maintain this thing in perpetuity.
Right. So I'm sure that there are folks here that are a little frustrated with, kind of this whole conversation, but it's also a really necessary conversation because it's the
Yeah.
first time they're having the opportunity to express their issues and concerns
Mhm.
around this project as a whole. Really, I mean, as a body. So one thing I want to let you know is that, and it ties a little bit into the other agenda item that we're going to talk about. So I
Okay.
don't want to go too far down that hole, but um, when funds come in for purposes of the bike park project, it gets put into what is called Project 25.
Mhm.
So for every donation that comes in, whether it's a $10,000 donation or it's a $58 donation, and there are a couple of,
Mhm.
smaller ones that have come in, including 16 cents. That's all being tracked as dedicated donated revenue.
Mhm.
And we know where the money has come from, when it has come in. As I talk
Right.
about in that other agenda item, anything over $5,000 should have been coming to council for formal approval. And I'll
What?
touch on that again.
5,000.
Anything
What
over
was it?
5,000.
Yeah, anything over $5,000,
Mhm.
according to city resolution, is
Mhm.
supposed to come to you guys for formal approval. That
Mhm.
hasn't happened. That's why this is all kind of mushy and messy. When funds have been expended from the donations that have been received, those are also coming out of Project Code 25.
Good.
So we do have that accounting
Mhm.
for where the revenues are coming in and then the expenditures.
Mhm.
So I'll hold it there because if there are more specific questions around, what that flow is, we can actually look into where the funds have been and for what purpose the funds have been allocated.
Mhm.
So I hope that kind of
Yeah.
clarifies a little.
And I have to back up because I get so caught up in the conversation. Really, one of the first things that I wanted to say to everyone here, to both staff and our city attorney, the other council members and RCMBA, is this MOU has been such a critical piece to be able to have a framework of conversation with each other. So, might feel like a bumpy process right now, but as you had said, it's a really necessary one. And right behind that is, it's clear that we will have this bike park and we all want to be able to do that. No one's trying to roadblock it, but we're just trying to get things back through a process that is logical, is conforming with policy, and kind of stays within the expectations that we set for each other.
And I think it opens up the conversations with each other and really solidifies the relationship so there's no questions. I like the language in area D about providing clear direction and feedback and all of those items that really looks like a collaborative relationship way where we are in communication with each other. I think that that's really important. So thank you for the work.
One more question, Ryan. So would they be, how would the selection of the engineers or other vendors be made? Would that be made through RCMBA or would that come before the city?
It become approved before the city.
Okay,
Mhm.
great.
And Ryan, can I ask for clarification then? So if this project is being done by donations, then nobody who works on this project, if they're only donating their time, then are you saying they wouldn't need to be a licensed contractor? That could change.
I'm saying that the main thrust of this MOU is the coordination of volunteer work hours
Okay,
through RCMBA's network. I mean, they
okay.
do projects all over,
Okay.
and they exist to
Mhm.
facilitate recreational opportunities.
Mhm.
And so, that's the main thrust of this is
Okay.
coordination of work days, what their obligations are going to be, what the expectations for safety and record keeping are. And those are going to be volunteers. They're not going to be, I mean, likely not licensed contractors, equipment operators. It's going to be labor. And we, of course, in the coordination of work days, will have oversight over that.
Mhm.
Um, the other aspects of the MOU is to provide expertise and support on design, fundraising, and other things that the city needs to do if it wants to complete this project.
Okay.
This is just one small aspect of the larger fundraising strategy that the city is going to need to fund incurred expenses and expenses that are going to be necessary in order to complete the bike park.
And to maintain the bike park.
And maintain the bike
Yeah.
park. And
That's gonna be a lot.
that's a different
Right.
discussion than just this MOU. It's just they've
Mhm.
offered their help, and we want to set forth an MOU that's terminable at will to gain their support and expertise and organizational capacity, because this is what they do.
Great.
Well, and
Any-
I just want to add, I mean, because things have become so convoluted, because there was, a project that was actually in the works, and there's a lot of questions about that. That's why I've done my best to kind of bifurcate, the conversation. So let's start with the MOU. We'll talk about some of the cost, but then moving forward, we've got a project, if you look at some of the proposed write-ups, I wouldn't say we're close to completion. But we do have something which maybe could be. And that will be a third conversation that will come forward to you guys for how we can get the site and project into a place where we can move towards completion. And so does that mean we're adding the bleachers and the bathrooms and the water station and the observation deck? Or I mean, how do we want to do that? But that's going to be a third conversation that will actually start to address some of the concerns that you've expressed. But this was the only way that I could envision having a constructive and pragmatic approach to identifying and resolving some of the outstanding issues and start to minimize some of the miscommunication and misinterpretation of this. It's a little messy.
Yeah.
And so
I appreciate your separating those out.
Yeah.
There is one thing, and of course, it's always money is the answer to it. But before we even go that far down with bleachers and this kind of extra layers of development, I think we need to have a community visioning to see what is the overall purpose that we're doing here. So I think before we run too far down that road, I mean, it's definitely a conversation to be had, but I think we also need to do it in the context of the larger picture of Blue Lake itself.
So I agree, and I would offer two things in the moment. One is that we hear from a representative of the Bike Association, in addition to other members for other organizations that may be here. Number one. Number two, um, I would envision either for that third piece of being able to have conversations with those representatives, potentially the Park and Recreations Committee, as well as council. But I don't quite have a structure in mind yet because there are a number of moving parts. Right now, you've got a project that had a grading permit, as Terry identified. It's bigger than the grading permit was permitted for. And the second is that the Planning Commission approved a project. And one of their conditions of approval was that should the project change, it has to come back to the Planning Commission. So there were some pieces that still need to get, circle back on, and that would be that third part of the conversation. And that's the
Okay.
piece. And then of course we talk about the total cost, right? And all the other pieces.
Okay.
And it would have been a lot cleaner if these conversations had been held a couple of years ago, and a lot less frustrating. But we are where we are today, and so let's see what we can do to kind of make our best and find a way to move forward with it. But I would ask if council would provide an opportunity to Gina and maybe JT to address you after they've heard some of the things that you've expressed.
Yeah.
Great.
I have just one quick question. So Ryan, I won't go through all my stuff here. After I see the red lines, if I have any other question, I could call.
Please.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Go ahead. Whoever wants to represent.
I'm Sean Tetra, co-chair for RCMBA. So
Sean.
I was there at the beginning of this conceptually. I believe there's a small little kind of Crayola crayon type of concept drawing that I generated that was brought before the city council way back. I think that's the first document you have. The intention of that was that it would be help communicate the concept of what the city was interested in doing, because we were approached by the city to do this. And then brought that to the city. And at that point, the city kind of ran with it. So we've been supporting the city in this process, advocating for donations, gathering community support, volunteer hours and things like that. But just to be really clear, although we absolutely support it, we haven't been driving the process. So there are two things I think here. One is the MOU, and one is the bike park. And I think you did a good job of kind of saying that they're two separate conversations in a way. The MOU, we have a very similar one in place with the county, and that's really designed to help keep us on the rails, like we were talking about. So if it's at all possible, it would be ideal to kind of separate those conversations. The bike park, yes, it's a bit of a mess at the moment. So, and it would be lovely to get that back on track. But I think if we can focus on the MOU and make sure that everybody's concerns on the specificity of that relationship are taken care of, and kind of back burner the bike park for the moment. I mean, I think that might be the best way forward, if that makes any kind of sense.
Could you state your name again, please?
Sean Tatro, the co-chair.
Thank you.
Sean, who approached you? Was it city council or Mandy or?
Mandy was really excited about what was happening on the trails up there and was really interested in advocating for kind of a recreation-based economy. And at that point, I think the project on down there with the housing in the Powers district was kind of potentially coming online, and the thought was the city could provide this amenity, and then we could help contribute, help facilitate.
Great.
And I think it was, hi, Gina Bauer, thank you. So it was also kind of piggybacking on the success that we had in the city of Fortuna, where we built a smaller scale pump track there in coordination with the city, donations, things like that. So there was a lot of kind of positive community rallying for more of those. And you'll see that we are we were involved with the design and permitting for the one that's in the Arcata Community Forest, building in the McKay Community Forest as well. So they're very popular, and that's kind of how we got involved. But I would like to say that this all kind of happened around pre-COVID times. And I think that we were on a good path during that time. COVID happened and it sort of took process out of the picture for a lot of systems and projects and things. And then suddenly things came back online. I think that we were just as surprised as maybe some of you when dirt started moving out at the project area. But again, we're here to support. We came full in. We brought the volunteers, the community donations. I want to be clear too. It's not just us. Humboldt Skate Park Collective, they have contributed a substantial amount of money. It's now considered the Humboldt or the Blue Lake Bike and Skate Park because there is that other phase to be considered. So there have been a ton of local Blue Lake residents putting in a lot of time, effort, donations. So I think it was really a communal push to get this built. And I think a lot of the questions are being directed to RCMBA, which is fair. And we definitely want to help coordinate next steps moving forward. But we certainly aren't the only ones involved and not the only drivers of the project. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
And hello, my name is Justin Whaler. I have been contracted by the RCMBA to help lead their fundraising efforts. And there were some questions that came up earlier about fundraising, and I just wanted to maybe clarify what that looks like moving forward. So, what we've done is built up a framework for campaign and project specific fundraising instruments, meaning that, if you want to donate to Blue Lake, click here. If you want to donate to McKay, click here. If you want to donate to just the RCMBA General Fund, click here. But our goal is to make sure that our members and anyone else, donors that we work with, have a possibility to actually choose where their dollars are going, and making sure that we coordinate with the city of Blue Lake to make sure that we find a best practice to move forward with when dealing with that Blue Lake Fund. And ideally, too, we would like to have one singular fundraising instrument to bring out to the rest of the whole entire county and all donors alike, because I feel like with some unity in our messaging as well as unity in where to donate, I think it's going to be a lot easier for us to get funds in the door and make sure that no one is confused here. So just getting on the same page with all of you is our utmost, that is what we want to do today. So thank you guys for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Justin.
Any other specific questions we might be able to answer while we're all here?
What's your membership?
We have roughly 800 members.
Do you want to open it up for regular comments?
Sure.
You do have other people who would like to address you. So.
Great. Yeah.
But maybe if
Go
you
ahead.
guys could stand by in the event that there's a question.
Absolutely.
Does someone wish to comment? Yeah, Glenn, go ahead.
And to be clear, Glenn, if you could make sure you're identifying whether you're speaking as a city employee or if you're speaking for yourself.
It's a little bit of both. The first one is an employee of the city. We've worked with RCMBA. They have a bicycle race here to a year, and we let them use the area for their campers every year. They get a special events permit for that, and every year the area is a lot cleaner after they leave before they get there. They're stewards of the land. They take good care of it. And to me, that shows what a good organization does. Okay, on a personal level, we need to, as for the city, we need to take advantage of this group who works very hard. We need to take advantage of their help that they're offering us. And well, I know we need to get all our ducks in a row, but not taking advantage of the group and any other group that wants to volunteer is not a very smart thing to do. Right now, our staff is working very hard just to keep up with other stuff going on. And I think it's important personally to have some, things in the community for kids to do rather than play on their computers. And right now, a lot of people are interested in the bike park. And if we can get the kids out there with the physical activity of riding their bicycles, and keeping them off the computers and video games all the time, I think that's good for the whole community. So that's my opinion on this. And, we shouldn't turn down any help we can to help achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? Yes, go ahead.
Well, for starters, I wish to apologize to you folks and everybody else because you have been dealing with a situation that, in my opinion, was not handled professionally. I mean, we should have had an MOU for the start. I mean, I think we've learned a lesson. We're not going to do multi-million-dollar projects without having 100% understanding. I think that's something that was a flaw that's put us where we're at now. I did wish I had other comments. I had some of the comments, the same as what you had on some of these different topics. I don't recommend you move forward with a red line copy that hasn't been provided to the public for us to review. At this time, I think that's just not necessary that we have review on that things. C9, I looked at something there regarding C9, and it has something to have yearly updates or as necessary, I think should be put in there as determined by city or the bike association. Same on D10. And then I did also see on D4 shall provide specialized tools. I'm glad we have a red line on that one because that was an unlimited. What do we need? It could be $1 million of tools to finish it. So glad you picked that up on that one. Or if we did, we'd have a dollar limit. I think that's been taken care of. And number 6 here on this one, I think it's G, seemed to be a little bit too vague. That would be under DG. So you may wish to take a look at some of those things. Also wanted to point out that I do believe we have a thing where this can be mutually terminated, the MOU, with 60 days notice. I think that if you're going to have a dissolution of that kind of thing, there should be a process for that. As far as how that works, it's just about like a divorce between us and them, and that thing, I think everybody should know how that would transpire. Strongly suggest other people coming into this, be participating, everything from the tribes. There's all kinds of fundraising. People sponsor these things and just plain and simply pay for them. You could get Patrick Cleary at the Area Foundation, Humboldt Area Foundation. George Schmidbauer is the kind of guy who writes a check when he likes something like that. So strongly support this project. It's a wonderful thing. I have done a PRA request to see all the permits and the engineering that would be required for this project. Being a general engineering contractor and having spoken with somebody who actually is a project manager for these things are designed extremely express with exact tolerances. And a lot of that has to do with designs experts do for safety. So engineering on these things, in construction, I call it cut to fit, paint to match, and we just do something. But unfortunately, when we get this kind of realm, we pretty well have to cross our T's and dot our I's. We design something that is a hazard or that could cause a problem. Neither you nor us want to be involved in something of that nature. So I'm looking forward to seeing the stamped engineered plans and compaction reports. And so those are the kind of things that we all need to do as we move forward in this project to make sure it's done to protect all of us, liability-wise, yourself, and that's included. Thank you so much for being here tonight and everybody else who wishes to participate.
Thank you.
Further public comment?
One quick little note, last note.
Sure.
I want to reiterate again, I strongly suggest that keep in our minds that the bike park and the kind of the mess of that project be somewhat separated from the MOU. And personally, no objections to any of the red line comments. I mean, it all makes sense. We're not trying to hoodwink anybody. We're just trying to set up a framework for a partnership moving forward so we can begin getting this thing done. So MOU here, project there is my suggestion.
Great. Further public comment? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time. Sean Fife, founder of Mountain Bike Travel Trail Alliance. I'm also a board member for the Humboldt Skate Park Collective, so I'll be speaking for both organizations. Also in partnership with Two Feathers Native American Family Services, Hoopa Valley Tribe, McKinleyville Community Services District, and working in partnership with the Bureau of Land Management and U.S. Forest Services. I also serve as the specialized ambassador for Humboldt County. I'm trying to extend opportunities for youth, veterans, anybody in our community who needs that access to bikes, access to trails. This is why I do this work. Thank you for your time. I'm really just introducing myself and requesting a motion that staff review the MOU and draft similar MOUs for both Mountain Bike Travel Trail Alliance and the Humboldt Skate Park Collective for approval, changing only item A, the introduction, and item B, statement of mutual benefit and interest. I'm crafting those to match the organizations, Mountain Bike Travel Trail Alliance and Humboldt Skate Park Collective, with the justification being additional collaborations with NGOs who provide volunteer labor and staff will be more productive for the city of Blue Lake and the Blue Lake Bike and Skate Park, as well as our community. We have been waiting for a formal process to be developed, this MOU we're speaking of now, before getting involved with this project, except for, at my involvement with the board of Humboldt Skate Park Collective because they made donations. It's our pleasure to volunteer and partner with the city of Blue Lake when this MOU has been reviewed and developed, and it's our pleasure to serve and volunteer with you guys. So thank you for your time.
Awesome.
Great, thank you.
Any questions?
Sean, I just had one. Thank you for that. And does our staff have your contact information to kind of put some of those things together?
Yes, ma'am. I've already met with Jill a couple of times, and we're in
Perfect.
discussion
Okay.
about this MOU.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
There are a lot of people who are very interested in.
Just to confirm, we can't take we're in public comment, so we
You're in
can't
public
ask them
comment.
questions. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
We can't ask the public questions right now because we're in
You
public
could
comment.
ask them a question.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any further questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Especially when he asks
Wait,
if you
so
have any questions.
Just the mountain bike trail,
Mountain Bike Travel Trail Alliance.
tribal trail alliance. Thank you.
Yeah, we work primarily our biggest partner is Two Feathers Native American Family Services.
Okay.
We have an MOU with Hoopa Valley Tribe. We're talking to the Karuk Tribe, the Garot Tribe.
Mhm.
We're in partnership with Evergreen and working on extending our services out in the valley too. So they're pretty big reach.
And I think RCMBA has done a great job in expressing some of the different ideas and the contributions. Is there something that you feel like with your organizations that kind of like, here's a real distinguishing feature that you guys focus on that the council should be aware of?
Yeah, we work with a lot of youth. This last summer we engaged with well over 1,000 youth through our summer programs.
Mhm.
We intend to bring them out to volunteer to do the work out here,
Mhm.
have ownership of the process. We have kids that have wanted to be part of the process, but again without a, a standard process for doing that and getting involved in an MOU that was developed. I didn't really want to bring people around, so I'm just waiting for us to be at this point, and here we are, and we're ready to volunteer. So we're happy to help.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any further public comment? Yes, Adeline, go ahead.
So just to clarify, there was never a problem with our insurance pool regarding the bike skate park. Donations from the RCMBA were put into a fund, and it was a line item fund that the city tracked. We're not the first city to have a bike skate park. We won't be the last. Our neighboring city, Arcata, has a skate park. I would much rather see children using the bike skate park than climbing the dangerous, dilapidated old Blue Lake power plant. That's another story for another time. This bike skate park will be a shining jewel in our town. This weekend will be the enduro race. In the past, these have been well run, and when the folks leave, as Glenn pointed out, they leave the place in a pristine condition. They are good stewards of the land, and I support you.
Great, thank you. Julie Christie, go ahead. Oh yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, Julie, one sec.
Good point as ever, right? Okay, Brian Course, City of Blue Lake. I live in City of Blue Lake. RCMBA member. So this is like a Parks and Recreation project, correct? They were excluded from this 100% with zero involvement. So now we have public safety writing the rules for the bike park. Helmets, knee pads. Someone with a clipboard writes you a fine. Is that what we want?
I'm going to have you speak a little louder.
Public safety wrote the rules for the bike park for the soft opening. Knee pads, elbow pads, helmet. And if you were in violation, they're gonna write you a ticket. Is that what we want? So my question is, we're going forward with an MOU. It needs to have one commission taking charge of who the liaison is with RCMBA and the skate park collective. So we don't have 4 or 5 different commissions having their hands in this mess. That's my personal take on it. So
Great.
that's all I got.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
I think a comment on that is council, I think as a council member, I can say that I look forward to a time when council can coordinate the agendas of the commissions with the goals of the council as kind of expressed by the citizens. So that we're kind of working together rather than bumping against each other.
So, sorry, I think, in part, the MOU, the purpose of the line in the MOU talking about working with the city manager, although maybe it needs to have leeway for things to come back to the council added in. I think the purpose of having the city manager would be that that is the point of contact that, you know, we would run to and work with, and that would rely on that person to advise us of when certain processes need to happen, you know, when this is a Parks and Rec problem, when's it an insurance problem? And so that's why we're trying to kind of define that role, if that makes sense.
Great. Yes, go ahead.
That does make sense. I'm Jennifer Course. I'm also a Blue Lake community member and RCMBA member, and I'm just up here to say that I support moving forward with an MOU with both the RCMBA and the Humboldt Skate Collective and other community members. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Julie Christie, go ahead.
I'm here, you guys. I'm just scrambling all my critters. I really just want to thank everybody in the room tonight. You are all volunteers. Any individual that's donating their time with the intent of greater good is a volunteer. And I just that extended through that time period, though, that continued with this um, lack of dialogue, though, unfortunately. Many people asked for updates. Many people asked for clarifying things. There actually was a section of meetings during 22-23 that were never allowed once for the day to be public record. They were actually never, ever allowed to do that because, and I complained, but the mayor and manager allowed it. There's a lot of content during that time about the bike park, unfortunately, and other projects. But going back to like what Jill was saying earlier, this is really like the cart before the horse, unfortunately, even though we have a lot of commitment and time and emotion put into it. But just giving some input from my years of continual volunteer work for our local arenas and junior livestock kids and working with the city of Blick since I was like 10 for that arena. What the clubs could do right now while we need to get all these sticks in a row is at least list our city as additional insured and fill out our volunteer forms through the city. That's something that's very simple and easy to do, and it kind of might clear up some stuff. And MOU is very great, but it's kind of like superficial paperwork. And for now, I think we do need to get back to like what Terry was commenting earlier. You know, the site plan, the fingerprint that originally was given for that site plan, did it expand it? Yes, substantially. And was there a lot of review on the layout and the planning of it? No. But it is what it is at this moment, but we really do have to figure it out. So what I had to do too back in the day for Blue Lake, I used to donate every year doing pony rides and stuff and give the money back to Parks and Rec. And for a while, the money was just going in the general fund. I was like, you guys, that's not fair. So they actually started ear tagging it. So maybe a request too from RCMBA that any monetary funds that come in at this point in time is actually written out to the city. And then there is a fund ear tagged for it. Now, Adeline mentioned it earlier, but maybe that was during one of the meetings that was redacted because that's not public record. But let's keep moving forward. I think maybe doing an ad hoc tonight would be the best decision. Let's do an ad hoc, get some representatives from these clubs, and let's bring it back in order of where we need to really start from to move forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Julie. All right, last call.
Sorry.
Sure.
One real
Yeah,
quick
go ahead.
point of clarification. My understanding is that all the donations we made have been earmarked and managed and tracked correctly at
That
this
is
time.
correct.
So I just want to make clear that that was
Yeah.
happening. And the other thing I wanted to mention is RCMBA wasn't at all of the meetings in terms of things being, once the initial process was taken over by the city, there was an engineer, everything was kind of got rolling and the footprint began to grow. RCMBA was not necessarily involved in those elements or meetings that were involved in that. Like once the dirt started moving, as Gina mentioned earlier, we were surprised as well. So I think we had some really enthusiastic community members that were going to run with the potential, and that's what kind of I think got a little out of hand. So
Good intended, well-intended community members.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to say one more thing is, there's a ton of momentum going around this project from a fundraising perspective. Currently, right now, the Blue Lake Bike Park and what's been done so far is is documented well in a film festival about a documentary about RCMBA that's seeing its way to 38 locations across the country. We're actually going to be hosting that film festival here in Eureka at Eureka Theater on October 30th. If any of you guys want to come out and see what's been done, just to make sure that everyone's picturing this the same, because I think when you guys start to see the video clips of how much labor went into this, and how many people are just completely invested emotionally, physically, financially, I think that you guys are really going to want to try to move forward with this, because again, like you said, right, we have a ton of people that are really hungry to see this project to completion, and you guys are not in this by yourselves. You guys have the community here to want to take that on with you guys, so looking forward to doing this.
Great. Any further public comments?
I had a little something I wanted to share. I don't know if you folks can appreciate some of the swirl of emotion and politics that have surrounded the bike park just recently. I mean, a lot of us are very much aware of it, and it's really unfortunate. It's become very personal. The bike park conundrum, if you will, has been weaponized against several of the members of this council. And so, and just in the last couple of weeks, the fencing securing the bike park seems to keep disappearing and then coming back. And nobody, I think there's an explanation in there somewhere, but we haven't heard why. It seems like there's a lot of misinformation. There's some pushback. There's some games. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that isn't in this room, that isn't part of the folks that are here to talk about this today, right? So we've been taking fire about this thing for months. I'm being recalled. And one of the reasons I'm being recalled, and there was enough signatures gathered to recall me, is because of this bike park. And because the members of this council were asking questions about the bike park, right? So I'm not blaming anybody in this room. I don't want to blame anybody anywhere, but this big ball of wax we're all trying to digest right now has caused a lot of emotion, a lot of grief for some folks, and I think everybody in this room wants this to just turn into this great big kumbaya project that that we can all be proud of, that we can all work on, and have generations of enjoyment out of it, right? So I think part of what I feel like I just need to say is that we all just need to understand the charge that this project has for all of us. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps talking about it right now. Right. And I just really, from my heart, need you guys to understand. I'm really glad you're here. I'm really glad you're talking to us and we're talking on this level. And we all are showing how much we really want to work together, because we do. Nobody at this table ever wanted to shut this project down or bulldoze it or tear it down or any of the ridiculous rumors that have been circulated. Right. Nobody ever wanted that. you know.
Yeah, and I believe, so we met shortly after the new council took effect, and we were assured of that. And that has been, our message to our members, our message to the community. My response to Ryan Burns when he called me the week after, he had heard those same rumors. You have assured me, Mayor, several times that you were on board. Personally, the council was on board. I do, my husband's on Eureka City Council, so I feel for all of you. And when the caller on the line said that we're all volunteers, that includes all of you as well. And so I think that, again, all good intent is where this has started, and where I see it continuing to go. I have really appreciated my conversations with the interim city manager over the past couple of weeks, and just really understanding the need for this process to go backwards, is how some people would call it, but it is actually just going to foundation, and we are completely understanding of that from our perspective. So yes, there is a lot of angst. We have the big bike race this weekend. When we had the youth race here, several hundred people from out of the area came into Blue Lake, and we had the soft opening. There was a lot of energy around that, and there was hope that they would come back to an open bike park. So when we have donations coming in from our membership, many of whom are from out of the area, and we say we're fundraising for this project, and then they come and we're at the same spot. I mean, we are also having to speak to our membership, and so that is sort of our push moving things forward as quickly as possible, but definitely want to make sure it's done right. So thank you.
So I'll just say again, when we kind of found out that there was some stuff with the bike park going on, Dana Creech reached out to me for assistance and help, and JT was involved as well. And you guys know full well that I was trying to get this project done ASAP. It was really unfortunate that decisions were made politically to try and slow that down, and just say I was a huge advocate of it, but I'm a little disappointed right now, to be honest with you.
Can you clarify on the decisions? I'm not familiar with the
I
decisions.
better not speak about it in public, but
So
conversations were had. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
All right. So,
It might be a good sidebar conversation. I would like
Mhm.
to jump back to one thing that Elise did talk about, because Gina was really my first call when I learned that the panels had been removed. And I really appreciate that she was answering my call after hours. And this is part of, you have an individual in the community who's making a donation. It would have been really great if there had been some parameters around that donation. In this case, the donation was fencing, but it's also part of their business. And so when the cannabis festival occurred, he needed that fencing, but there was no communication with the city. Did somebody come and just lift it and walk off with it? I mean, so there was that kind of swirling around. So I did reach out to Gina and I said, hey, the fencing is missing. Glenn was out there late that evening as well as the next day trying to put tape around in order to just let people know that, hey, just because the fencing is gone doesn't mean the park is open. So there have been a lot of disconnects, and I think that everybody's doing their best to try to pull those pieces together. I did have a conversation with Tavis, and I explained, the importance of if those panels are going to be removed, then we need to know so that we can backfill them, because we absolutely have a responsibility of making sure that we're able to secure the site. It is really, really important that that site be secured. And, I think for the time being, it's not going to be an issue because he's not anticipating that there's going to be any events that are necessitating the use of a fence. But if for some reason there's some larger emergency, and sometimes public agencies have emergencies where they need to have fencing, we'll hopefully be able to coordinate better in order to secure that. But that I think has been it's little events like that is contributing to some distrust around this whole project. And so by having a conversation at the council level, by having representatives within the group, I think we can start getting some clarity and identify some pathways to move forward. So.
Well, I want to thank everybody for sharing because I think we went from just a few facts to getting a little more emotion and color into the conversation, which is really important. And I want to acknowledge Sean, also the other Sean, coming out. And I think, maybe Ryan, as you take another pass at the MOU, do we maybe make it something where we get more specificity, whether it be on the fundraising or donations or having blanks to be filled in on what that might look like, but also developing a tool that could be used for this organization, A, B, or C.
Yeah.
Great.
Absolutely. Great.
I just feel like I think that everybody is really pro bike park and they're excited about it. It's been an unfortunate series of confusing conversations, and I think that has kind of led to some misunderstandings. Obviously, everybody's already said that. One of the things that this has put a magnifying lens on is our need to develop processes within our own selves right here on how we are going to move forward with who is going to be the point of contact, what is their reporting responsibility, how is that going to look communicating between the city manager and the city council, what are the obligations and how do we develop our processes moving forward. So in a way, this has been kind of a blessing if we want to, if we can maybe say that. But we really do appreciate you all being here to help us kind of connect the dots and really look forward to working with you. Thank you.
I have one more comment.
Sure, go ahead.
You guys stay standing here. Thanks, Jen. My name's Kevin Fisher, 311 2nd Avenue. And I just wanted to tell you that I'm a cheerleader for the bike park. We have been raising money for this thing, every little teeny bit that we can. And we will be having a haunted house at the Grange, which will be a fundraiser for the bike park. So I just want you guys to be aware that we're trying to do this voluntary thing to get this thing going.
Great.
Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you.
All right, let's call for public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to council.
So I guess then I just need some clarity on what the direction is going to be for the MOU red line version. Is there going to be 2 MOUs? Are we going to bring this back at the next meeting, or how is that?
It sounds like bringing it back at the next meeting for
Okay.
a review with the changes to date and also changes between now and the next meeting. We can highlight those.
Can I ask if we could say next meeting or the following? One of the reasons that I clearly grabbed the wrong one is that having, it was about a week and a half to put together all the agenda items that are before you guys tonight. It's too fast of a turnaround time in light of all the other obligations. And I would also like to make sure that we've got an opportunity to talk with some of the representatives so we can just run it past them.
Yeah.
Unless you guys are needing something in 2 weeks, I would really like to be able to have an opportunity to vet it and maybe even bring them all into the room at the same time. So we are identifying as much of a template kind of approach that we could use. And I think that would be a higher and better use of our time.
That sounds
Can we go ahead and contribute to this MOU as well? Or can we have a session to do that? Or how would the best method of contributing to it?
If you have suggestions now, great. Otherwise, when it comes back, we can revise it and, during that meeting.
Okay, great.
And I would suggest, because I'm trying to give you more than 72 hours. I don't know if that's been noticed. I've been trying to give you more than 72 hours
Appreciate it.
to review the packet, right? So if you're able to get your comments together and you can send them over to Ryan and to me, but especially to Ryan, then he'll have had an opportunity rather than thinking, while sitting here at the meeting about, potential unintended consequences, if you will. I think that would help to smooth the development of language.
Great. Thanks. All right, so do we want to make a motion to bring this forward as a future agenda item, or do we need a motion
need
for
to
this? Or
direct staff
direct
to
staff to-
bring this back.
Yeah, I think direction of staff is appropriate.
Okay.
Okay.
So Jill, do you have clear direction?
Yeah, and if anybody has anything in particular they want to give me after the meeting, that's fine. We can take it and take a look at what's, there may be some common themes that come out and we can look at that. That would be helpful.
Do you want us to write down any of our concerns that we spoke about tonight, or do you kind of have those?
We'll get from the meeting today, but if there's anything in particular that you think is going to be of particular importance, absolutely.
Thank you.
And there may be some issues that are better suited for this third part of the conversation that we need to have, which is called, what is the project? Sorry. I mean, we know what the project is, but we don't know what the project is.
All right. Moving on to the next item, item number 7. City manager recruitment process, received update from ad hoc committee, received content recruitment brochure, discuss and establish salary range, and consider amendment to expand scope of services with Tri-Peppy Smith, provide direction as appropriate. City staff, would you like to fill us in on this one?
I do want, before Kat begins her presentation of the ad hoc committee, I want to note that there are 2 documents that you have before you, and they're also available to the public. And they are labeled 1 and 2, and they look identical, but they are different. So if you're going to reference one of the documents, please identify, I'm looking at number 1 or I'm looking at number 2, so that way everybody is quickly on the same page.
Honestly, I don't know why there is a item 1 of why there's 1 and why there's 2.
Because
Well, they
one
are
is
two
the
different
limited
things.
services and
Thank
the
you,
other
okay.
is the expanded.
Okay, I just scanned them,
It's
so
all
okay.
good. That's why I wanted to make it clear.
Thank you. See the numbers. Elise, since you're masked up, do you want me to go through on the ad hoc report and you interject as needed, or?
Whatever you
I
want to
think-
do. I just
I'll hit it with number 1. Scafani and myself were appointed as ad hocs on the on the city manager recruitment process. And as the public may or may not know, but the council and also city staff, and then a full-time city staff, and then a follow-up with part-time city staff, were provided questionnaires from Tri-Peppy Smith. They were different questions for staff versus the council. And they aggregate all of these together, some from council perspective, some from staff perspective. And then from there, they kind of merge them, and that begins to be the foundation of some specifics in the brochure. But it also, the brochure itself kind of originates within a framework that I think Tri-Peppy Smith has developed over time and is very successful. And then it obviously becomes catered to the specifics for Blue Lake. In the course of that, we'll be able to do that review. No, let's stick with the numbers. Thank you, Jill. That telepathic message. Item number 2 on this is receive the draft city manager brochure content as presented. So the reason why you have content, but you don't have an actual brochure, is we met the timeline for Tri-Peppy Smith to get all of that content, which is that aggregated info from staff, from council, put together, but then it has to go to the design team. And so this is a review. This isn't necessarily a request for changes. If you do see a correction or a misspelling or an inappropriate word, by all means, call that out. But to stay within the time frame for Tri-Peppy Smith, their timeline, it's now at the design team, and I think that we should be seeing that brochure tomorrow, the next day, certainly this week. Any comments, Elise, so far on that, or keep going?
nope. Sounds
Okay.
good.
So before I move on, I just allow y'all to look over that brochure.
kind of assuming
Um,
everybody probably had a chance to read it before. Did anybody have any concerns or find any problems?
I guess the only question that I had, and maybe it's going to come up in the discussion, was the discussion and established salary range is different
Yes, that is
from
correct.
page 4 of the brochure.
Yes, and that will be our next item when you all are ready.
Okay.
Thank you. Good eye,
Oh, and
as
I had
always,
one
with
more
Michelle.
question about, and I'm sure you'll get to it, what
Mhm.
2 weeks of management leave was.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say that.
What 2 weeks of management leave is.
Okay.
That is
Yeah.
in your
but I-
personnel handbook.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
think it's like not administrative leave, but
It's management leave.
but it okay, but it's sort of I would like comp time. Anytime that you're sort of in an executive level position, you're going to be working after hours all the time, so you have to be able to.
See. So it's not professional development leave.
No,
It's like
no.
actually time to make up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
PTO.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
yeah,
Kind of.
you have a finance manager, you have your public works manager, right? And you have a public works director who apparently doubles as your city manager. But the only person I believe that has been receiving management leave has been the exempt person for the city who is your city manager.
Mhm.
All of your other like division heads, if you will, they're all salary. Very unusual.
Wait, a salary or
You
hourly?
mean hourly?
Excuse me, thank you. They're
Hourly, yeah.
hourly, not salary.
Yeah.
Thank you for catching me.
Mhm.
So it's what's listed in the personnel handbook is that there's management leave at
Mhm.
I see.
this. I think that there's been a little morphing over time. I think at one time there were probably salary positions that
Mhm.
changed somewhere. And I think that for your next city manager, a review of the personnel handbook, your salary compensation schedule and everything else is
Organizational
something that would
chart?
be well
Mhm.
taken up.
Yeah.
So
So, and that actually brings us to the good point on item number 3. The reason that we need to discuss and establish a salary range for the position of city manager, as I said, this brochure information has to be specific enough to draw people in and yet broad enough that it can be a brochure. And Jill was kind enough to provide whatever information that she could as far as city manager duties, responsibilities, what information was on hand. And the only pay scale that was there, as we know, a former city manager had been at $80,000 a year for 10 years. And then we renewed the contract, we boosted that to 90,000. So when well, actually, then when we had an acting city manager, because it was an acting and we were moving this person up, they had to be hourly. So that $80,000 to $90,000 range was converted to hourly. That became the basis of what you're seeing for this $106,000. That's the only framework that they had. So when I was going through the brochure, I realized we can't approve this as it is. At least council has to talk about what that salary range could be or ought to be. We can always, I think Jill can kind of guide us on a little bit of a framework from there. But we can't, I couldn't just throw a number out there and say, put it in the brochure. This has to come before council, which is
Correct.
more work for Jill at the last minute. Thank you. So we're working on agenda item number 7, sub item number 3, discuss established salary range for the position of the city manager. I will say that I spoke with Christine at Tri-Pepe Smith. And of course, it's like, well, whatever you can afford. And I think she very politely was saying, oh my goodness, yes, it's very low for that. And I think we realize that too. But we have to balance between what will attract a competent, capable city manager versus the charm factor that we have of Blue Lake and what we really can afford in a budget. Numbers were tossed out between, I don't know, 117, 135. Jill, I think you had done some research as far as a few locals. Is there anything that you can off the cuff throw out?
not really. I mean, basically the information that we have in here, because while I was prepared to do that, Christine did note that she had already done just a quick gloss over. So that is where you see on page 2, that primary paragraph right there.
Thank
She
you.
basically summarized the information for the city managers and what they're earning from our neighboring cities. So it's
I wanted to, I mean, if I can just say, I I was interested, and there is a place that you can go and look, and you can look at historically at every single person who in California who served as a city manager and what year and what they were making.
on California Transparent.
That's maybe,
Yeah.
probably. But I want to say that Rio Del is more than what I see here.
That could be.
And
Mhm.
also Trinidad is not listed, and that would be
Yeah.
the lowest one, given their population is low.
Not so much population driven.
No,
but
of
yeah.
course. But if you were going to take,
Right.
what duties and responsibilities, jurisdiction size, or city size, what their job
Mhm.
duties are, all of that stuff, and compare. But I was interested, and I felt like that was some important information. So I appreciate it being in here as a frame of reference to
Yeah.
looking at what we're doing here.
And I think that part of the challenge with using the Transparent California is that it's not current. So I think the
No,
most current you can get is 2023.
Yes.
And I'm aware that there've been a couple of changes with some personnel with some of the cities. So what their current contracts are, I couldn't necessarily say. So it just makes it a little harder to kind of glean that with the really short turnaround time. But I think what it does come down to is for these smaller cities, and it's really, I mean, I can't even give you a recommendation because we haven't even had a chance to sit down and talk about budget. And this is really difficult and awkward, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I also know that it's going to have to be a competitive salary. If you don't find a way to make it a competitive salary, you might be looking at a pretty thin pool of applicants.
I think something that was, I don't know if we talk about it now or just in the most generic of terms, Ryan, when negotiating these, sometimes there are other things such as the number of weeks starting for vacation or their management leave, or, consideration of a 4-day work week, if that was the buy-in with the staff. Could you throw out there some of the non salary, but still the benefits that are kind of negotiable that we could
Yeah, I
consider?
mean, there's contributions to 457 deferred compensation plan that you can work in. You've got vehicle allowance, cell phone allowance. There's other perks that you can put in. Work from home allowance 1 day a week is a popular one, especially if the person's commuting into Blue Lake. CalPERS is really set and rigid, so there's not much flexibility there. Most days, most times, most negotiations that I now see, it's all about the salary. The little perks here and there, those are almost expected on top of a salary. And it's not an easy job to fill when it comes to salary expectations. Ferndale just renewed their longtime city manager at 118, and that's fairly low for the market.
He's also working 4 days a week.
Yeah. And that can be something that, I mean, I think, Jill, something that you had mentioned, because I was saying like, well, if our bottom is, 80, 85, and I didn't even get beyond those words, and you're like, no, that's too low. But this concept that we don't want to do false advertising. We don't want to say up to $160,000 when we know that isn't going to happen. But we can also build into the negotiating conversation a higher top end that can be something that is achieved over time, provided we're hitting some other metrics, so that, if our top end was say 115, But we know that we could hope to grow that up. So, 120, 125, or whatever that number is. Do we right now decide something broader, and in the negotiations is where we really pin it down?
Well, you can also indicate that incentive compensation is negotiable. Because there's limitations on bonuses in the public entity context. But incentive pay, contractually guaranteed incentive pay, is something for which an employee can earn incentive compensation. So sometimes you see it tied to the successful passing of a tax measure, or notice of completion on a large public works project. And so, if we get to a point where the candidate that you really want, we just can't get to their salary expectations, we can tie it to increased revenue, completion of projects, things that mutually are beneficial. We just need to be careful in how we draft those. They can't, under the California Constitution, you can't just give out bonuses for past performance. But you can contractually earn bonuses for completing objectively described work. And so, we obviously need to scrutinize how we draft it, but there's some opportunity to increase compensation with increased revenue. And so that may be something to consider as well.
Okay. So we know on the brochure we have, sorry, trying to find the line where it actually talks about it, salary. Okay, under, on page 22, it says, we know it's only about page 5 or 6. Under compensation and benefits, salary range 75,000 to 106,000 annually. So tonight's very specific goal that we have to come up with is, what is that salary range? And we could maybe put in language with possible incentive compensation, or we save that. I don't know. Do we put that worm on the hook now? Or depends on the area?
It's hard to say. If you put it in there, they're going to negotiate it. But
Gotcha. Yep.
it's a lower salary in exchange for incentive compensation. So yeah, I don't mind putting it in there, or you can build that into your salary range. And offer a base salary with incentive pay that gets to the higher end of the range if it's somebody who's deserves the higher end of the range based on their qualifications. That may allow you to do a larger salary range. You can salary range X to X, comma, with incentive compensation, or including incentive compensation. You can say it that way, but it may allow you to expand your range if you assume a portion of it's going to be incentive based.
Well, I say we make it look as good as we can with as many, with the incentive deal. But not, I don't know. I mean, obviously we have a top number. We can't just throw something out just because it sounds good. And I don't know what that top number would be, but
Yeah. And we have to keep in mind that we're going really on this budget, we're going from $80,000. We might have said 90,000, but we haven't really operated for more than a few months at $90,000. And at $10,000, I mean, each of that we're going to feel that, especially so if we're talking another 10, another 20, another 30. So
we're going to feel everything at this point. So yeah, I mean, none of it is is neutral.
Well, and this is such a critical position. I look at what my kids made just stepping out of college. It's way more than the 74. I can't imagine somebody wanting to do this job at $74,000. I would be interested in tightening that up because I think having to work longer, and I think probably a lot of people are interested in your wages. The perks are great, but your PERS retirement is based on your wages and how long you earn those wages. So
you just made a point, and I apologize for interrupting, but I don't want to forget with CalPERS, there's a step system, or like salary is salary? Because if we have a salary range, just because someone's starting doesn't mean they'd be starting at the bottom. It'd be commensurate with their skills and experience.
Okay.
Okay, good. I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
And you may want to consider a city manager's salary scale that shows the person, if I work this long, I will move my way up the scale. Because I don't
Upon
think
successful completion performance evaluation.
always.
Right,
Always
right,
that.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that may be,
Mhm.
you know, because you may get somebody who's a little green starting their career. Maybe it was a deputy city manager at a larger city and, you know, wants to move on to the top job for a little while. And, you know, you may not get them to, you know, city managers come and go every 3 to 5 years typically. And so, you know, a lot of city managers, they want to make as much as they can as quickly as they can.
Mhm.
Because they may not top out that salary scale because they may not be here 5-10 years from now.
Right.
So, you know, the more you can put in the salary, the more competitive you're going to be.
Mhm.
So do we just pick something and budget around it?
I think we have to put a bottom that we know or we can meet, and then put a top end that we would know is maybe could be tied in with incentive compensation, if we're trying to merge these ideas. But I mean, if anyone wants to throw out
I
numbers,
would like to start at 104 to one. I mean, I don't want to make it too wide, but you know, possibilities of to 120. I was gonna say 108 to 120, but maybe 104. That's around 50 an hour with the benefits that would be adding to that. So anyway, that's where I would want to start. I didn't want to reach too high and go 110 to 125, which is kind of where I kind of wanted to go. But then I'm like, okay, budget. We need to pump the brakes a little bit. I absolutely 100% support higher salary range than what we currently are offering.
Thank you.
Do you have any input, Jill?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, and there are times when you've advertised and you have your preferred candidate that they may counter and say, I'll work for you for 130. And then council has to have a really hard conversation around that.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, so that's always a possibility, and it's always a little disappointing when it happens because, you know, especially with those entities that are very thin financially. But if you've got somebody, that might be something that you're willing to consider then. You know, so. So your recommendation is 104 to
120.
Did I say 120?
Yeah.
Although you said 125 was your first
Yeah, it
instinct,
wasn't.
I
Right.
want to
No,
overshoot.
yeah.
And we just want to like
Yeah, 104 to 120. Yeah.
120, 120. Do I hear 125?
I'll go low and go 95 to 100 because I know I'm not sure where we're at budgetary wise. But I don't think, you know.
Well, there's also a little strategy involved in the salary range, right? You can have a higher salary range with qualifications that are unachievable, right? Just to get people interested, get them to the table. Because if you see somebody, they're like, oh, I want 130, and their max is 120, they're not even going to apply.
Okay.
Part of it's getting them in the door, right? It's a salary range. You get to determine whether their qualifications meet the top end of the range, the middle, the bottom, and then it's all a negotiation from there. But I think part of it is getting them here, and not closing the door just because we're $5,000 to $10,000 off what their expectations are. So just a thought.
I'll say 100,000 to 120,000.
Okay. Yeah.
Sold John.
Yeah, well,
No, that's
at least it's a bump up from the base for sure. Yeah, that's why I was like 104.
no benefits. On call 24/7.
Oh, we're talking about me now.
Well, if we start at 98, that's 47.11 an hour for full-time. And if we go up to 24.8, that's $60 an hour.
Wait, up to what?
124.
124.8
Oh, 124,
equates to
800.
60
Thank
bucks
you.
an hour. I don't know. I think we should start under 100 and hit something that
Mhm.
might make somebody think about it. So I think somewhere to think about it's got to be the upper 120s.
Terry,
Maybe
you know
I'll-
where we are at financially, I'm sure. So let us know what we can do.
Well, I mean, I think that just looking at where we are financially, but I think there's ways we might be able to adjust those things in the budget. And things that we might have to take a good hard look at, because I think staff is really important, and having qualified people here, whether it be our city clerk, our treasurer, our city manager, those are our main drivers of what happens in the city to help us move forward. And we want someone to look at this. And we have to realize that throughout California, there are city managers making $500,000.
Yeah.
And we
yeah.
can't, I know that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, to even
Yeah.
get someone to look at us, I think that 104 to 120, somewhere in there, is probably a good place to go.
Jumping off point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to open it up to public comment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Does the public wish to comment on this item?
It's called Let's Make a Deal. Strongly support having a very high rate up there to get people's attention. I don't care if you go 170, 200,000. You want people to look at it. That's the whole thing, is to get people to look. What do we have to offer here that other people don't get? We've got Blue Lake, we've got sunshine, wonderful things. You actually have an asset, and I know a lot of the difficulty for people who come here from out of the area. Where am I going to stay? Where am I going to live? Well, I don't even know what shape it is here, but you've got a little apartment down here, part of your exiting, or used to. Don't know what shape in. Might even pay to have that thing get a major upgrade so it looks really nice and shiny. When you come here, you don't have to look for a house. You got a place to stay in for now. And so that's another thing that you offer somebody. It makes it really easy for someone to say, "Hi, I'm not worried about looking for a place." All these, so eliminate what someone is going to find as far as monkey wrenches for them moving and changing their position. Again, totally pertinent. You're going to get most likely either an older retired person who just wants to live in Blue Lake, or a young person who needs that certain resume thing that says I was a city manager. A lot of what people are going to look at here is the staff they have to work with. Well, we've got Glenn in Public Works. You're really going to have to worry about Public Works to speak of as far as that goes. I think the main thing you may wish to have is a real competent treasurer, finance person in here, because that's a lot of the job that this job is. And if Jill didn't have to worry about that at all, and all the budget stuff was handled, then her time would be quite a bit less. So pairing up your workforce with that person is what would make it attractive to me coming here. Say, well, what do I have to do? I think after a year or two, potentially you're going to go through be training day for 3-year things for people. That's quite possible, which is actually a good thing. You get different perspectives. Each of those people, like Jill is doing, is going to upgrade your foundation that you have to work with and make your job easier for the next person. And so as long as that continues on that basis, after a certain while, you might even get with competent help, like your financial officer and whatnot, you might get someone who can do this part-time. It actually is not that big a job if you've got the foundation set up for someone to do. I was thinking, a shared thing eventually with Trinidad, and that's be a perfect partnership to share a city manager. So I'd look at all those things, but I throw a ridiculously high number out there. It's just come look at this, and people go, well, I'm gonna look at this one just because it's got a big number. That's called marketing. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you. Further public comment? Julie, or Lori, go ahead.
Hi, so I may have missed this, but the proposed salary range, does that include the medical and dental, or the dental and vision coverage, that price tag, is that included in that salary range, or is that in addition?
In addition to.
In addition.
Mhm.
Because that's a value
Mhm.
asset. to an employee unless they're at retirement age or whatever, but having employed people and, looking at the employer's share of cost, it does impact the salary range. So, thanks for answering that, but, that's an additional cost, that needs to be considered.
I know.
Thank you.
Yeah, that takes a bite out of your budget.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Well, and two, I mean, I don't know that you guys have a completed budget. So, that's the other part of it. It's like it's great to have a number and know what we need. But
Right.
without that budget information, it's hard to know what you really can afford.
Right. I was thinking for the employee. I was thinking for the employee that it would be, it takes a bite out of that budget, for the person who's making that money to pay for medical insurance in addition. You're right.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it all counts and,
Yeah.
it has value. So it's it's sort of an uncomfortable employer thing to have to say when you're trying to recruit someone, but it does count into that budgetary amount. And as we all know, medical, dental, vision premiums are not inexpensive. If you have a good plan, if you have a really bad plan, then yeah, maybe you can afford it, but you don't want to recruit somebody with a bad medical plan, on, because that just bites you in the butt. So anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Lori.
Could I just quickly note that the position has been full-time and has been covered existing through the medical and the dental and the vision. The city's dental and I believe vision is self-funded, so they are paying primarily for the medical coverage. Uh, we have received notice that the rates are expected to go up. It's one of the projects that I'm trying to get back to. And see if we can get some other quotes for some potential coverage that may cost the city a little bit less. But that mhm.
So I guess
another stack that I've got on my desk that I need to get back to. But in terms of what you can expect as far as a fiscal impact related to the medical coverage, shouldn't make that much of a difference because it's something that you've already been paying all along.
I see. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear in the brochure that what we have listed in here for medical is correct before it goes through that process.
I took a peek at it and I'm just going to double check it. That is correct.
Okay.
It may be a point of conversation that you guys have at some future date, but that is currently what the contribution by the employee and contribution by the city is.
Okay.
And I think that it helps to recruit and retain right now.
Any other questions?
Well, I think I'm going to throw a range out here.
Fire away.
But yeah, as long as the public comment is done.
Oh yeah, sorry. Any more public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to council for consideration.
What do you got, Kat?
Oh, doing it right now. Checking on my Ouija board. I have it downloaded on here. I do think it's not a bad idea to kind of look at it and sort of just throw in the final number, but relating it to an hourly, at least in our minds, for conversational reference. I'm actually close to where you are, Elise. 45 to 60 would put it at 93,600 as the lower range. The 60 is 124,800 at the higher range. That's what, a $30,000 range. And kind of as you were saying, I think it gives us a little more headroom if we had to go higher, but it would be painful. I mean, we are kind of throwing a dart right now for their budget. So, and I think there's something about that, having that lower wage can still, that also speaks to people who have that less experience and are interested. It's not as intimidating. Um, and it's still $45 an hour is not a bad salary when you consider these are really good benefits right now and you're the boss. I mean, I'm not saying that anyone's going to be necessarily starting at that, but it gives us a fairly broad range to move with. So
What were you saying the top end was?
I think I had 126, oh, sorry, 124, 800. And that's extrapolated from the
And your
16
bottom was
hour.
at the 45?
2080.
Is that what you said?
The bottom
Sorry,
was
yeah.
93,600.
Thank you.
93,600. So
93,600.
I like to propose, I like the 93,600. I like to propose that we go up to 128,960, which is an hourly rate of 62. I like that. I like our upper range to be a little closer to 130. And sometimes I package this in my head by thinking, okay, if this person that we hire is an excellent grant writer, has all this experience, and can target certain grants and get something done without having to hire somebody else to do it, without having, if that person has some skill where we don't have to hire another contractor to do something for us, we earn that money back in one project or one grant application.
Right.
So
I agree. I mean, and that's going to come through the interview process. But for tonight's purposes, we really have to put a realistic salary that most likely, hopefully, and absolutely kind of we can meet. And I think the 120s and the low 120s can be a painful stretch. That's another 30,000. And then we also right now don't have a city clerk on the budget. Thank you, Jill. And Laura as well, because that is something that we have looked at developing into a, like a 0.8 or full-time position. So, I would just say take another look, and considering we had 120, feeling like an instinct to 125, John at a 120, Terry, you were 120. I think that really is saying something very close to that. So.
We can always give them more if they're great.
Yeah, but I think it kind of, I think that's I hope it's attractive enough. It's better than the 96. I'm seeing odd faces. I'd love some input here.
Yeah, let's see the professional
Yeah.
one.
I guess I'm always a little concerned when I hear people say, well, maybe they can write grants. You want an administrator. If you want a grant writer, hire a grant writer because that's a really specialized skill set, right? And so I think I would be really cautious around, well, we'll get a city manager who can write grants. I mean, if they're able to do it because it's already in their wheelhouse, that's really great. But most people who are city managers are not grant writers, they're administrators. So, want you to consider that. I think it's a great thing. I think that you had a city manager who was also very adept at writing grants.
Okay.
So
anyway.
yeah.
And-
So
and
I just want
grants
to
not
caution because
Yeah.
because I've heard that sort of a statement before from different boards around they can write grants, but you oftentimes will find an administrator is not necessarily a strong grant writer that brings home the money.
Right. Well, we want a strong administrator. Maybe they have some other fancy skill that we don't know about.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Harry,
But I want to cautious
if
you.
if you were looking in the newspaper today,
Uh-huh.
and not for you, but just for somebody, what price range would you be looking for as a city?
Yeah, what are you thinking about our range ideas?
If I were a candidate looking,
Yes, correct.
I'd be looking at probably 118 to 140. Easily.
As the person who knows how much money the city
No,
has.
I mean, I understand.
Right.
Please tell
I
me
mean,
what range you're looking at.
If you take a look at your joint power authorities alone, there's a pretty big disparity, between and the scope of which they are managing is considerably less than the duties and responsibilities of a city manager.
Mhm.
So, I mean, you asked, I'm just, I think I think it's going to be
Yeah.
a challenge. But I do think that 93 might be a bit insulting. Um, for some people, they might see that and say no. But the 124 starts hitting a little bit more of a sweet spot, and if somebody is looking at finding a way to creatively negotiate with the city, oh, I can do 122 if I'm working 4 days a week, and you're open to have that kind of a conversation, that might be something.
Mhm.
I just think it's you've got a finite amount of money. We don't quite yet know what that money is,
Mhm.
but I think a lot of it's going to come through the negotiation.
Well, and I think your candidate profile is probably somebody younger, less experienced, looking to get that line item on their resume. And if they see a 93 to 124, they're going to assume they're going to be, based on your expectations, towards the bottom end of that than the top.
Right.
And so, you may want to bump up the bottom because I don't think you're going to get too many people coming in here
Mhm.
taking a job for 93, especially with relocation and everything else that goes along with it.
Mhm.
And the benefit of negotiating with your city manager is find a way to pay for yourself, right? If they want 130, we'll 6-month review.
Yeah.
Come to us with your ideas as to how to increase revenue and save costs. Find a way to pay for it. Because ultimately it's their responsibility. So, I think getting them in the door, I think is
Mhm.
the big priority. And some doors, some people may not even apply based on a range. So it's hard because you don't want to set a high end of the range and they come in and they say, well, I'd like, 130. And you're like, well, we can't afford that. It's like, well, why the hell did you put it in the range?
Mhm.
So it's difficult, but I just hate to close the door on people that have much higher expectations, especially if they're coming from larger cities.
And along with the salary range conversation that we're having is going to be a bigger conversation about what our wage scale looks like in the first place. So, um, being mindful of that, we're going to have to probably make some adjustments. But I feel like 50 to start should be 104. Still, maybe 105, get a little above 50, and then go up to 125, 124.8. I don't know.
That's what I just circled too.
I'm just thinking
Your range,
we
my
need to
range.
we do
Yeah.
need to start somewhere, but we do want to be mindful of where we're sitting and
Yeah.
what we can really do. And then, maybe we need to make some changes.
Yeah.
Maybe we get no hits.
Well,
But I think we will.
And
the
something
other thought,
go ahead.
the other thought is you can fly it at this range. If you're not getting candidates to apply, you have to look at the range. Or if the candidates that you're receiving just aren't what you're looking for, then you recirculate and you consider adjusting the range again. So
Yeah.
it might be a multi-stepped approach. This isn't set in stone, but if you're just not seeing the caliber of candidate that you're looking for, you might consider that
That's it.
without overextending yourself right now.
Right. You're right.
So, go ahead, Michelle, please.
No, that was it.
Okay.
No.
So, and that's a great segue kind of going into that next point. What I wanted to share with you, Michelle, and kind of also with you, Ryan, is that one of the reasons I was really drawn with Tripepi Smith is aside from seeing the quality of work was their ability to place local candidates locally. So I think they have a pretty good pool like that. And while they're certainly focusing with, public administration, city manager experience, I think they'll kind of open it up a little more broadly, like they did with HCOG and getting Brendan Bird in. And wow, I mean, he's just what a find. So I think, yeah, if we get somebody from out of the area and it's a great fit, that's a wonderful thing. I don't know that that'll happen. That said, I would like to make a motion if we're ready. Are we done with public comment? Okay, I'd make a motion that for the salary range, consideration of starting at 104, going up to 124,800.
We have
I
a
would
motion on
second
the
that.
floor. We have a second.
Yeah.
By Louis Luso.
Any other comments on thoughts?
We need to bring it back.
Public comment on this? All right, bring it back to the council for vote. Can you repeat your motion one more time?
Make a motion to establish the city manager salary range from $104,000 annually to a top end of $124,800.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It would pass
Anybody
unanimously.
know? Anybody know?
Okay.
Oh, all those opposed? Hearing none?
Okay, done.
All right.
Okay.
With
There was a
that,
second part of the question
Right.
Yep.
for the staff report.
wait, I had one follow-up with Ryan, but I apologize if I may. So, what you were saying earlier about incentive compensation is negotiable. What are your thoughts, since we know that the salary, I think you guys are saying a little low even with our high end. Do we want to put that in there or just see who comes and then, okay, I hear a strong no on that. Okay.
The next piece that you guys were going to discuss, and the reason that we're here is to have the conversation about whether to expand the scope of services with Tri-Peppy Smith.
Exactly.
Correct.
Thank you. And let's move on.
Yes. So,
Can we
Um,
take a restroom break or should I just go?
we should, yeah, yes.
Yes.
I mean, restroom break. Should we just all take a minute?
Yeah, would that be okay?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mike's off.
I'm gonna take a cough drop break.
Back in session. All right, so we just are coming back and we need to decide, what were we deciding again?
We are still on item 7,
Right.
and it is, I believe, item 4 with
Oh, the
Apologize.
amount that we were gonna pay them to continue services.
right. So,
So can I
yes.
talk about this? We signed on with a limited kind of a la carte contract with Peppy Smith for a particular value of 15,000. And basically that took their original proposal and stripped it down to a kind of an a la carte situation. But there are a few items a few pretty critical items that we're not getting with that cost. And one of them is a guaranteed placement. And the other one is help with interviewing, background checks, contracting, and all the way through to the placement of a candidate. So anyway, we thought that it was worthy of a conversation to consider the full contract again because of the difficulty that we're anticipating given the political climate in town, given all of the flux that's happening in City Hall right now. So the general concept is that we're really fighting an uphill battle on this, and that that we should really reconsider the full contract. And the full contract cost is $25,500 with estimated expenses at $4,000. And a big chunk of that $4,000 is an in-person visit by one of the by Christine, who is one of the primaries on this recruitment. But a Zoom attendance is an option, and so a big chunk of that $4,000 expense could be eliminated by not flying her out here. So I think that it's fair to say that we'd be a lot closer to the 21,500, which is not as big a jump from 515 as it could be. So anyway, I'm just here to chat about advocating for that because quite frankly, I think that this nickel and dime thing, we're gonna get ourselves in a position where we're spending a bunch of money and we're really not getting what we need.
So you're in favor of doing it.
I am.
Pat, are you in favor of doing it?
Well, I haven't, this is the first that I've seen these.
Got it.
But that said, yes, I feel like we're reading the concerns that come across very politely from Tri Pepe Smith. And the advice is like if our current contract is a kind of one and done with no guarantee and possibility of no placement. And I think we have to be realistic about the numerous challenges that we have, the healing that we're already beginning to do, but that we still have to do, the bumps on the road. So enough of the amorphous talk. It's a dime now or a dollar later. That's, I think, what we're looking at. And
Councilmember Bayless, how do you feel?
So, yeah, I mean, I think that it would probably relieve also time and energy and sometimes from the council, whoever will do this, even through the interview process, I would be supportive of increasing that.
Councilmember Lewis Lister, what are your thoughts?
I guess my only concerns, obviously, yes, this would be really, really nice to have the whole package and have it delivered. And looking at I would like some input from Jill to, I'm guessing the bandwidth of someone in your position right now would not include being able to assist in any of this process. But that's just a guess.
It's a fair guess.
But I'm also very concerned about the fiscal responsibility here for this increase.
I agree. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I think that there's it's kind of a maybe two, maybe three fold. I think it would be helpful to be engaged. You know, Ryan has been engaged with this process. I am less so. I had an opportunity to read through. I did talk with Christine Martin a couple weeks ago around what the process was going to be, and when she told me kind of the first option, I was like, "What?" It's like the rubber hits the road when it comes time to evaluating those slate of candidates, and having their expertise to help lead you is going to be just really crucial. I would imagine that I'll be providing any assistance that I can, but you really need somebody who can help vet. So to that end, what I did do is I reached out to through the city managers group, and I think that there are people who would be willing to serve as a panel to assist in, like, you know, come up with your top three candidates or whatever number it's going to be and add that and build that in. And they would be able to help sort, if you will, the people who say all the right things, but, you know, not necessarily have the heft behind them to deliver. And they can tease that out pretty quickly. So I'm happy to help in whatever way I can. I think that utilizing those services and all of that will help to maybe reduce some of the dependency. The third big point is if you're going for the larger, you know, package, if you will, it's not really larger. I mean, this is actually, I've worked with recruiters before. This is a pretty lean package, but you get that 1 year guarantee. If the person doesn't work out, then you're able to go back, and that is worth it. If for some reason you have somebody who doesn't work out, it does happen. You know, despite all of the vetting and everything that you can go through periodically, you just have somebody that's not a good fit, and then you're back at ground zero. So having that guarantee, I think, would be beneficial for like, yes,
So it'd be a great insurance policy or a cheap insurance policy, so to speak.
yeah.
Yeah, otherwise we could spend 15,000 and not get what we needed and have to start over. And that doesn't make any sense at all.
All right.
So
And
that's
then
what
yeah, and then we have the benefit, you know, whether or not, I mean, however many local city managers want to help, great, but you know, we're paying somebody for their professional, you know, professional opinions and work on this. And I think I'd like to have them through the whole process.
Yeah.
I just can't. I mean, the idea that they're going to get us so far and then wave goodbye doesn't make any sense.
Jill, you weren't suggesting the potential panel of other local city managers in lieu of Tri-Peppy Smith.
That's correct.
Okay,
It would be
just-
additive too.
Yeah, and I think that's great because they know local flavor and
Yes.
okay.
Do we further discussion? Do we wish to entertain a motion, or do we wish to open up to
I was
public
just
comment
curious, is
first?
this like a standard, I mean, I know Tri-Peppy Smith, but is for other city managers, to your knowledge, how have they been onboarded or recruited or what, I mean, just in general, anecdotally, I don't need any
I
hard
mean, it
data.
goes, it's usually one of two ways. You know, sometimes you have a good assistant city manager who's waiting in the wings and has been able to demonstrate themselves and they're looking for that
Mhm.
opportunity, and you have somebody who's retiring or they take another job somewhere.
Mhm.
And council says, we have somebody who understands us, they're ready, and we can give them additional resources. And then if you've got a city that has a really robust HR department, they can do their own recruiting, right? So sometimes we're already tied in. You don't have that here.
Right.
The other, of course, is fee using recruiters, and that's a pretty common, form. So those have been kind of the three ways that I've seen it. And it's not just with the cities, it's also with the special districts as well as the joint powers authorities.
Okay, thank you.
But a panel interview of industry professionals is pretty common.
Okay.
That's a preliminary screening,
Mhm.
community members, city managers from in the area to initially screen and provide recommendations. Is pretty typical. Usually they don't screen out anybody. You will see all of them, but you will have their recommendations.
They might have them ranked a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
And what Tri-Peppy Smith did with our CEA recruitment is that they had a pool of applicants. They brought us, I think, the top 6 or 8. They also showed the ad hoc committee all of the applicants because we wanted to be sure we saw everything. But they ranked, the ones that they felt were qualified, and then provided us with the applications of those that didn't meet that threshold, and then the committee reviewed and interviewed, you know, the upper group. So it was quite a very robust process, with lots of layers and lots of people involved.
So I want to add, I don't know if council has had, or the ad hoc committee has had that conversation with Tri-Peppy Smith to identify what the actual interview process would be. If you haven't, I would encourage the ad hoc committee to say, what are we proposing, right, as a process? And because you're talking about a really robust process that our CEA went through. Well, that didn't happen because Tri-Peppy Smith just said, oh, we're going to handle it this way. It came because there would have been input from board.
Sure, but that was part of the interview process was part of the contract, and until tonight, it's not part of our
Correct,
contract.
correct.
So yeah, I'm happy to have that
But
conversation.
if you want to, get more details about what the process is, it would be a really good thing to do.
Well, kind of going back to one part of this, if we're considering the second option, which is expanding and providing a guarantee, I agree that it wouldn't be necessary for Christine to be here in person, and that seems to save a substantial amount of money. So for me, I would just take that part off the table right away and bring that cost down. The other thing that I wanted to share is that while we kind of have this a la carte contract that we currently have, we also can incur additional cost with that, additional phone calls or time and questions. So if you look at the time and the hourly rates, I mean, we don't want to exceed what we have, and then we should have gone with that increased contract. I mean, I don't want to ask any more money of the city, and yet we have to have a city manager. We have to have one, and we need to have one that works for the staff, that works for the city and the residents and works with the council. So we need some help on that.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion that we go forward with with an amendment to our contract to include the full scope of services in.
I haven't
Number
had a
two.
chance to read this. When did this come in?
We've had this for months. This is part of our,
No.
this is a piece of,
Oh, the first one, but the second one. Oh,
right,
okay.
this is a part of
The original
the
proposal,
original
right.
proposal that we
Okay.
got. Yeah.
Elise was making a motion, sorry.
I'm sorry. My bad.
So
So,
you,
yes, my motion is that we amend our agreement with Pepe Smith to include the full scope of services as outlined in number 2.
was,
Can you draft an amendment?
But
so we have a motion.
may I question that motion before?
Is it- can you-
You need a second to the motion.
And when is the amendment, when can they amend the motion?
What's that?
When can an amendment be?
So you need to take a motion and a second.
Great.
And then you can amend it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and second it with an amendment. Can I, since I'm the second, can I still propose an amendment or it has to be the
You
first?
can now propose one, but the motion has been made and seconded.
seconded.
So if they don't accept your
Okay.
amendment, it dies.
Okay.
But
The
feel free.
amendment, I'm sorry about that. And look, we still have a ways to go. It's going to
Yeah,
get
come
real
on,
fun.
let's go. Come on, move.
Okay. I want to make sure that what we're accepting excludes Christine's presence in that interview.
That's just a choice that we make, right? That's just a choice that we make along the way. It's part of the $4,000 expenses. It's not the entire 4,000,
Mhm.
but it's a big chunk of the 4,000.
Is that your amendment? Are you making an amendment to that motion?
It was, I needed to clarify.
Yeah.
So
it's
the
not,
motion
it's not a
remains.
strict, I mean, that's something that we decide along the way. There's different job board expenses that are, I think, still part of that 4,000. And so if there's, I don't know, if there's a job board expense that's $800 and we think we can live without it, maybe we waive that,
Mhm. Okay.
So.
Are you amending? So did you make a?
I did.
You did not.
I did not make an amendment.
Okay.
So motion and a
Great.
second
All
to
right. So we have a
approve.
motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Does the public wish to comment on this item?
You have one.
Julie's up there.
Julie, go ahead.
I don't see anybody else.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate Zoom because I'm still at the farm working, touche. But I do appreciate having the motion. If you just can't get a second though, then you just go back to another motion and also it just fails. But for now, I do just promote any process that we can facilitate financially to recruit a manager while we still have Jill. I am just so really happy that we have her in the moment. But as far as apprenticeship and stuff like that, that's so important. I do think it's great having an outside facilitator for the recruitment process because I do think that sometimes when we get too internal, it becomes a conflict of interest that the job description should be very specific and it should be followed to that manner and pass along protocol that is specific to that. And while we have Jill though, I would like to try and kind of speed up the process the best we can because maybe while we still have hours with her, we can have kind of an apprenticeship a little bit. We've already been paying for the past one while we have the current one. And I know finances are always hard, so that's where we have to get back to economic. But in the meantime, I do think that the foundation we're getting right now is something that we should not take advantage of, and we should prioritize having a good transition with it. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Last call for public comment. Glad you were moving toward us. Are you?
Well, on the part about having. My only comment is on the interview process. I've helped out both the city of Arcata and Eureka on several times when they've recruited for operators in certain public works positions. And we usually have a panel of 3 to 5, and we can and help weed out people who have a really good resume, but they really don't know what they're talking about. We can say, yeah. And what we do, we don't, tell them who to hire. We just rank each applicant according to their experience and how they do in their job interview, and try to help them out and leave the ultimate decision to the people they're going to be working with. But we kind of help with that part. So Jill's idea about having other city managers come in here and help out with that is, to me, would be very good and important to do. Right?
Great, thank you. All right. We have a motion on the table. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All righty, moving on to the next item. Item number 8, outstanding vendor obligations and physical oversight. Staff, would you like to fill us in on this item?
Yeah, I would. So you're gonna see on the dais here, there's an agenda. This says bike escape park donation and expenditures. Glenn, you want to give this to the two of you? It's a short little handout, and I really thank you guys for it's been a lot. I want to be brief and direct, but I think that the
Do you have one?
prior agenda item where we were talking about the bike park, we were able to kind of touch on the conceptual approval, and then a project approval. Sometimes we'll call it a conceptual endorsement, and that's just hey, I've got this really great idea. I want to pitch it to council. Do I have a green light to go forward to develop more information so I can give you a formal proposal so that we can get project approval? And that is the piece that went missing in this equation. And so it's with the project approval that council is then going to be authorizing a project or even a program, right? And that's after you've had an idea of what is the scope of the project, what is the cost, have the opportunity to weigh in on the merits. What are we looking at in terms of design? What are going to be the responsibilities? It's that robust part of the conversation that we're kind of missing. And what I want to make really clear is that it's your authority to authorize the expenditure of funds, whether that is being done annually through the budgetary process according to the priorities that's set by council, or occasionally an item will come up that was not included in the budget. Council needs to give the authority in which to approve some outlying expenditure through an individual authorization request. So I think, kind of wanted to rethink how I was going to have this because I actually feel like I don't need to belabor it. Part of, I mean, you guys are understanding this now. But there's two big things that we need to discuss. One is with respect to donations that have been received. Donations, just like expenditures, need to come to council. You need to know when more money is coming in than you were anticipated beyond, hey, there's $500 more that we got from this grant or whatever. When we're looking at these outside sources. And so the city in 2016 or thereabouts put together a really great resolution, Resolution 1077, which is included in your packet. It identifies the thresholds by which monies can come into the city. It gets tracked. And if it hits a certain threshold, then it kicks it to the city manager and their responsibility to be tracking both cash donations in addition to in-kind donations. So it's very clear where that money or service is coming from. When there is a threshold of $5,000, that is supposed to come to council. And you guys give your formal acceptance, or you may say, thank you very much, but we're not going to accept it with whatever strings are attached. because that happens too. Um, Somewhere this particular process got lost. And what I want to note is, and I'll bring this back to you, obviously not tonight, or maybe even the next meeting, but there were several donations that were received over the $5,000 threshold. Two of them in the amount of $10,000 council should have received and had the opportunity to thank the people who were making that. There were two at 5,000. You'll note that the Redwood Coast Mountain Bike Association, they actually had multiple donations that have come into the city. A couple were over the 5,000 threshold, but there were also like a $2,000 donation here, $3,000. I just went ahead and aggregated everything because I wanted to make sure that if they saw these numbers, and I just had a conversation with them before they left, they weren't saying, wait a minute, we gave you more than $20,000, right? No, no, no. They've donated to date to the city for the purpose of the Bike Escape Park of $36,300 that's been received. The total amount that has been received by donations from various members in the community and fundraising events that were dedicated for this purpose was a little over $81,000. Funds have been expended from this account for purposes of helping to pay for some of the invoices associated with this project, and you have a little over $6,700 remaining in that budget account. It's called Project Code 25. That is where the designated monies come from, and that's where the designated monies have been expended from. So that deals with the donation component that you guys really need to know. The second component is one that I think most of us, certainly me living out in Fortuna, watching the drama of Blue Lake unfolding and kind of saying, "Whoa, glad I'm not having to deal with that." Famous last words until somebody called me.
Sorry.
And but there are some outstanding invoices, and my staff report, you're going to see it says 131,000, and you're going to see this number says 132. They are both accurate and correct because I located yet another invoice yesterday, and that was the $825 invoice. So the total amount of outstanding invoices owed right now is $132,579. I've already gone ahead and reached out to one of them because I had actually there were multiple outstanding invoices that were not just the bike park. I've already got those solved. So those are now kind of dealt with. These are the ones that I don't necessarily have answers to because there's no money in the account to pay. And I'm looking to you guys to give some direction. The Mercer Fraser, I've heard from a couple of people, well, no, they donated that. Well, they kind of did. They made a donation, and it was for the transportation cost of hauling the hot asphalt mix to the site. It was a value of about $5,000 if you figure 16 tons for the distance that was being hired, the number of loads. In the invoice notes, it says an amount, and 5,000 was supposed to be a donation. But the invoice was specific for the hot asphalt mix. They didn't charge you for the transportation because they waived that charge. So this particular invoice has been coming through every month with the amount of the 5,000, and I did verify. And I also spoke with Redwood. I'm gonna RCMBA. I just really kind of flounder on that. Because they also thought that there was the 5,000. They did receive the 5,000 donation because they received a bill for 18,000. Mercer Fraser reduced it by 5,000 to them also, so they paid 13,000. And so that 5,000 number has really kind of made things a little muddy, but I have gone through and verified that. Living Landscapes, there was an invoice that came through, and it identifies that it was for work performed March through May of 2024, but that invoice did not come in until May 20. Actually, it's not May 25th. That should be a 6. 6/21 of 2025. That's the kind of thing that would drive me crazy because you are to pay the bill incurred in the fiscal year by which it did. So that bill should have come in like last June for that fiscal year ending June 30th, but it is what it is. The wildland operators, this was a bill that was originally $113,040. I believe this was one of the topics of conversation earlier this year. When a $20,000 donation came in from RCMBA, that same day a check was cut that went to wildland operators in the amount of $20,000, but we still on the books have an invoice from them at $93,040. And then we've got 2 invoices that have come in from Gary Johnson. One at $23,000 for an invoice that was received in October of last year, and then of course there was this $825 for an invoice received in January of this year. We are well outside of the fiscal year, end of fiscal year. So, I mean, A, we don't have the money. B, if we did have the money, I would still be bringing this to you so that we could get the authorization necessary for purposes of being able to close our books and having the paper trail so any auditor or anybody else understands what this flow of money is. So this is, the not so great story. And what I'm asking for you guys is, first and foremost, I need this on your radar so that you can see it. Second, I would ask that we're going to have to be making some budgetary adjustments. I think Ryan may have some thoughts around some of the legal components, which I'll let him expand on. Specifically around the fact that this work was secured, that it was not authorized with council's knowledge or approval. That's a different conversation. But I would like to suggest that number one, we take a look at reviewing and updating any of our internal controls. Although to be honest, I think that you have the internal controls; they simply weren't used. So, and we'll circle back with the donation receipt that I can move forward with the identified vendor obligations and take a look at the to the best that I can, the invoice accuracy to confirm the services secured, and maybe they were, in the case of the living landscapes, maybe that was a deliverable because there's no landscaping that's been done out there. So I don't know exactly what they did for this $10,000. And that we asked them to actually provide documentation. Who hired them? For what purpose? And, were they preparing any sort of reports that were then submitted to the city? I haven't seen them yet, but maybe they exist somewhere so that we can get where that authorization was incurred. And then, probably most importantly, is developing a financial plan that could identify the payment sources if we identify that they are legitimate. And number 4, and probably the most important one to get back to the earlier conversations, was directing staff to return with a proposed formal project approval process so that we can address the things like the grading, which was outside of the scope of the permitted amount, as well as the planning commission component, looking at the scope of the project. And that may entail the necessity to secure some preliminary as-built to get a sense of what exactly we have out there. So that will help us to determine how to complete the project. And then also to develop some cost to winterize the project. Winter's coming fast and furious. We've got a lot of open soil right now, and it's got to be stabilized for minimizing erosion, both as part of the contours as well as off-site and stormwater discharges. So that is the good, the bad, the ugly, and I'm sorry that I have to have that
Yeah.
conversation, but there we are.
Jill, I just have a point of correction on,
I'm sorry?
I have one question on, number 1 on the expenditure sheets that you have given us. The Humboldt Skate Collective.
Yes.
The date, I'm guessing, should be 10/25/24.
That would be correct. Thank you.
And then, always on it. And yeah, I appreciate the review. It looks like we did have a process in place, and I guess one of my questions before we continue the conversation, or when we get to that point, would be: should some adjustments be made from this 2016 procedure resolution 1077? So that's just a thought that I'm putting out there. Adjustments, but anyway, thank you for
Yeah.
the comprehensive report, and that's a lot.
It is a lot. From what I could see, the procedure is actually real clear. It's just getting people to use the procedure. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Mhm. I had a couple of questions. First is just a comment. It seems like if we could get to that point of we have an estimate and we budget for that and we fundraise and then we do the work rather than doing the work and having the invoices and then suddenly discovering we have a lot to pay for and how are we going to do it. So reversing that order kind of sounds good. The second thing is 2 little questions. If these are over 90 days, are we being held? Like, are there additional fines or interest being incurred? Have we worked? Can we possibly negotiate that? And what does California law? I mean, I think you can't hold and not pay. Are we in a situation where we might want to consider getting a loan or having some other instrument that allows the city to pay down this debt and continue to operate? I mean,
Assuming that the invoices were for services legally incurred and we're obligated to pay them. It's a discussion and a different setting. Yes, the city could get a loan to pay down the invoices. The city could work out some type of payment arrangement with the service providers themselves and spread it out over a period of time. So yes, we would have those options.
okay. So yeah, and clearly, obviously,
Yeah, getting a loan, for 6 figures plus is not easily obtained because we can only secure it by our general fund revenue. We can't secure it with property.
The other thing that, if you're looking at some of the conventional loans, either through REDEC or the Headwaters Fund or somebody at the equivalent, they're going to want to see a budget. And they're going to want to have a sense of what your income to credit rate ratio is going to be.
kind of see the tea leaves on that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So going back to
If
the,
it's-
oh, go ahead, please.
And if this belongs in another setting, let me know. But we asked for an itemized list of all expenses owed and incurred. Is there any reason that you've discovered, Jill, why we didn't receive that information?
Couldn't tell you.
Great.
Yeah, I wasn't present. I'd have a couple of these. Yeah.
Are you referring back to March and April and
You
ask?
did
Yeah.
3 times. I think 2 times we asked for clear accounting on this project. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I know there was even a point, I wasn't on the council, but that this question about the donations, how they came in, how we were tracking them, that came up and was specifically asked. So my concern would be if this was already on the table, why wasn't it used? And I know we don't have an answer for that, but I'm just finding this really frustrating right now. This is a city, and just to see disregard in the past for this is really frustrating. I also just want to say that wildland operators, there were 3 other charges, at least, well, if the 20,000 was included. And I realize they're paid, but those 3 other charges were for over $36,000. In one of the manager's reports, it stated that wildland operators built the bike park. That was the statement that was made. You asked about one of the charges, and as a matter of fact, you voted no on expending that money. But my concern is, who is this? And I would like to see a contract if this person is saying that they are interested in, and the same, I mean, these are coming in, and how do we know there won't be more of these coming in on this project? It's really disconcerting.
So one thing I want to give you a little bit of assurance. I think it fell apart when it came to items to have discussion with council on. If you go into the office, there is an envelope in which donations come in, and they're all being recorded. Your front office staff are collecting that information. It's not hidden. It's there. Your finance manager, Vicky, who's been doing this for some time, she has been very diligent in making sure that things are being coded to the proper level. That information is available, and that's where I was pulling all my information from. So it was absolutely here. Where things were not, were in the presentation of the information to council. So it's not necessarily exactly what you want to hear, but it's a little bit of both, right? And yeah, I mean, these are the outstanding invoices, and there are other costs that have been already expended, and that's 74,000, and that does include wildland operators. This is just the outstanding invoices that I have
Right.
had. If we want to have a deeper look at that, I'm prepared to go there.
Right.
Might be a little long for tonight, though.
And can I ask one more question?
You can ask anything you
on,
want.
on this donation matrix, it does say that if there's any stipulations for use, just so I understand going forward, for use of the funds, and if you were saying yes, then that item must go to the council for approval. So would a stipulation simply be that it was earmarked to go to a specific purpose? So then basically all of these would have been?
That's correct.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, okay. All right, thank you.
So I'll just
Emma-
share.
No, you go ahead, sorry.
Um, I I'm gonna kind of just say I agree with everything you just said. I don't just restate it all. And I share your frustration. I'm kind of in a frustration marathon, going on 3 years now. So I know it's difficult, it's especially difficult for somebody who just sat down, kind of digest some of this stuff and go, but how is this happening? So I don't want you to feel like you're on your own there. We're all right there with you. We're just maybe pacing ourselves a little differently. So I'm in reading your report, I'm assuming that our next big step is to go back to these contractors and begin the process of justifying these expenses, if they can be justified.
That's correct.
And so part of that is going to determine whether or not these monies are truly owed. Correct.
It's something that I will work closely with council on.
And when I say my frustration, you and you
Oh,
have
yeah.
done everything so wonderfully, Jill, and I really appreciate all the information. It's just more, I saw the public get up and ask specifically about these costs and to not have it forthcoming.
And then to hear, oh, yeah, the city's not paying for this. And then to hear that, oh, we're actually on the hook. Oh,
Right. And so going
so
forward,
I'm a little bit frustrated by
it
that.
is. And I think going forward, there just has to be a really clear what we're willing to do, because, yeah, this hasn't been real clear. Does anybody else
So
wanna do-
I'm just gonna, do you mind if I ask another question? So our CMBA knew about the owed monies before the council did.
I'm sorry?
Our CMBA knew about the financial situation before the council did.
I don't know anything
Got it.
about that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who knew what. That was. I've spent as much time as I can. This was my Labor Day weekend. Reading through all of your council packets, trying to figure out what permits you have, your environmental review, and trying to track it, because ultimately what I want to be able to do is, kind of deconstructing it. But then I'm also figuring out, well, what has been completed? What needs to be revisited? What needs to be actually taken action on, right? So that, like I said earlier, so we can get this back up on the rails, because I haven't gotten the sense that any of you have been, in opposition to the concept of developing a bike park. I think it's been, well, this is great. And how are we going to pay for it? What are we looking at? And, it has evolved into a much larger thing than I think it really needed to, honestly. So what can we do to move forward in a pragmatic fashion? And so part of that means I just had to go through all of the reports that I'm able to land on, and there may be more documents that I just haven't found yet. It's There were a lot of papers in the desk. You can come into the office now and you're going to find an organized office, but I don't think I've found everything yet.
Where's that city?
Sorry?
Where's that city?
Oh.
If there's no further questions for staff, do we want to open up for public comment?
Yeah.
Great. Does the public wish to comment on this item?
I'm just astounded. I'm just.
Come on now.
To sit here and be lied to. I mean, it isn't, it was just a total lie. When Brian came in and asked what we owed on that bike park in April, and we were told, oh, about $50,000. And how are we going to pay for it? Well, we're going to sell T-shirts and have fundraisers. And to turn around and find out this is what it is, it's pretty terrible. I'm sorry, you guys. I mean, you have had to go through so much crap. And then here it is. Here's the truth. Here's the truth that we all kept saying in the public. What is the truth? And this is the bullshit that it is.
Thank you.
Well, actually, when we asked how much do we owe, we were told we only owed $2,000. We needed another 50,000 to finish the park, but we only owed 2,000 because we raised 46,000 in donations and we spent 48,000. So yeah, this is a very different picture.
Julie, Chrissy, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys stay strong like you're doing. Amen to Rebecca's comments. But again, each one of you is a volunteer given our time right now, and thank you for that. And everybody that has in the time being, like, thank everybody for that. It's unfortunate we're having to deal with this right now, but it's our reality, and that's okay. Look at how much fun that's going to product for our children. My kid was, once he heard that those fences were down, like, it was like, heck yeah. And I was like, oh, heck no, son. And so, like, I want to tell that kid, heck yeah, but I told my kid, heck no. And so, anyways, I do want to advise you guys again, please create an ad hoc. That's going to create something that we can kind of maybe speed up this process. You can have direct contact between two of our council members with our staff, and we can start correlating the timeline that we need to put everything back in order and get moving forward. Right now, though, I think our biggest concern is going to be our signage and having something around that we can. Now, I know the fencing got taken out. Maybe we can ask Curtains or somebody to bring in some more chain link or something. We have a lot of great volunteers and people that want to see this happen, but we got to do it right so that we don't lose it. And that's been the big fallacy in this process, is that not doing things right could actually make us lose this facility. And nobody wants to see that. Nobody does. So I do advise the ad hoc. I think that would speed things up, and I think it would be really productive. And I don't know if you can actually make an action on this or maybe bring it back for that, but let's do it, dude. Let's do it.
Thank you. Sorry, apologies. Uh, last call for public comment.
I just have one more comment.
I'll bring it.
Oh, sorry.
Coming back to council. Go ahead, Elise.
Kind of tagging along with what I said earlier. Um, you know, a lot of so much pressure has been put on this bike park, and the process, and people wanting to speed it up, and we have this, you know, we have an event, and we were supposed to pave it last week, and why couldn't we pave it last month? Or I've heard so many different things in different places from commissioners, from, you know, ex-city staff, from, you know, from every imaginable place. And what of it is true, and who's working, you know, who's working on the project legitimately, and who's just hearing from something and passing it, you know, passing it on. I have no idea. Um, so I really appreciate that we're, you know, um, we're sitting here tonight, we're learning about some things. I am still concerned about the time pressure. People want to move it along, people want to get going. I'm really happy that our CMBA was saying, hey, let's just talk about the MOU by itself, and the bike park is another subject, another phase. So I appreciate that, because really we kind of have to put it all on hold. And I know that's disappointing and hard for people to hear, but we've got to put a lot of stuff on hold while we backpedal and we figure out what's what and how we're going to move forward. Right? So somehow we need the community to understand that that's where we are, and we need people to be willing to respect that. And I'm not sure how we're going to make that happen, because there's just there's so much rumor and so much negative talk about this whole thing and the process and the intention of the council. And so I think that it's fair for, I mean, every one of us can sit here and say, you know, we're all about figuring out a way to make the bike park fly, you know, but it's going to take us time, and we need everybody in this community to take a step back and to give us the time, because there's no cheater way to go forward on this. We just can't do that.
So I knew the meeting was starting to go long, and you were having a few people that were here from the association that were getting pretty exhausted.
Right.
So I went ahead and I showed them um, the handout that I've given you. So this is not going to come as a surprise to them. And so we were able to have the sidebar during the break. You know, and they asked about the Mercer Fraser, the 5,000. We're like, we thought that was a donation. And I'm like, oh, it was a misunderstanding, you know, but we actually do owe the 5,000 for this, and then we've got these other issues. So I think they too are disappointed because this is news to them. So um, I think that they probably better appreciate the magnitude of what you're all having to wrestle with as well. And I think you're going to see that, I don't want to speak for them, but I think you're going to see that there's going to be some of that latitude to figure out exactly where we stand and what it's going to take in order to get the project over the finish line. And again, the first thing is to make sure that we are working on a project.
And to your point, though, we do need to mitigate from winter
Yeah, right,
effects
right.
quickly.
Yeah.
When you said to make sure we're working on a project, is that something we're going to be looking at in the future?
Oh, I plan on bringing stuff back to you along with Pathway. I do appreciate Julie's comment at wanting to kind of get an ad hoc, but to be honest, I think I'm going to be able to work a lot faster not having an ad hoc, and I can get the council something, and I can work with Ryan on some pieces and put forward a pathway. I mean, if we can close a landfill, we're going to be able to figure out how to get the bike park finished, okay?
Right.
That was a long one.
All that.
Perspective.
Just
Okay.
putting that out there. So,
Well, and as far as security, are we solid on the fencing now, or we're not quite sure yet?
so as far as the security is concerned, I think this is like one of those tasks that would be really great to come back and get some clarity from, the person who's making the donation, so that if for some reason it needs to get pulled out for another rental that they have, that we've got an ability to backfill it. Renting fencing is not cheap, and I would love to say I knew somebody that we could borrow it from, like a similar municipality or somebody else, but off the top of my head, I don't know. Um, a lot of times they'll allow you to kind of, if you're needing equipment, you can borrow equipment. But I think based on what was relayed to me yesterday, they're not anticipating any need for that panel fencing, and it will remain in place. And we'll have to figure out a plan for getting the project completed, so that when events begin to occur when they would need that panel fencing, hopefully we can make the alignment for timing come in such a way that we're dismantling the fencing because the project is complete. So that would be ideal. That might just take a little work to get there.
Okay. Yeah, because that's like another big disturbance in the force. When people start calling us, the fencing's down, there's a bunch of kids over there. Then everybody gets all riled up all over again.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. Like I said, Glenn called me, end of day on a Friday, and then we were working trying to figure out what the heck was going on. And so, yeah, it was disruptive.
Jill, do we need to give you directions on this item?
Uncharacteristically,
Staff
I accidentally dropped my recommendations onto page 25.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I usually try to put that up at the front, but it's at the back.
Yes.
So do you want to direct?
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that.
Jill, did you feel we needed to review and update our internal controls?
I'm sorry?
Did you feel we needed to review and update our internal controls of procurement procedures? Or you thought the current?
I don't feel like you do, but maybe in the course of continuing to make a deeper dive, we see something. So I think it would be good just to have it there, and then if I need to bring something to you so that we're needing to make some sort of a recommendation to update resolution 1077 or something like this, I've got the latitude to do such.
Like maybe just update the amounts if it seems a little cumbersome too, tedious. If
Yeah.
it's small amounts, like, okay, let's go with 10 or,
Oh,
whatever.
I think 5,000 is sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Does there need to be any language in there, like, in aggregate too, or, less somebody?
Aggregate would be great language.
Okay.
Yeah, I scored one.
Yeah.
And Jill, can I ask one?
I do have one question, where you have staff recommends to council, item number 1. As you are investigating, the different vendor obligations and the validity of those, I do have a question that just in general, we have work that was performed not to plans. And how that factors in between an invoice submitted, if it is valid, the final product that we have, that's a whole another ball of wax there. So I'm bringing up that point and just sort of asking you guys to look at it from that aspect. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Have you-
unbudgeted and unauthorized.
Have you made contact with any of these vendors?
I've been in contact with Mercer Frazier.
And then Jill, can I ask a question on the Project 25 fund?
Yes.
Is there a reason why that doesn't show up in the budget in some way so that you could see what that is?
Yeah, I'm just not familiar enough with it. What I suspect happens as part of your chart of accounts, and it's probably subsumed somewhere, but I can't say that for certain. See, you don't have every single item, that's called out for that. I I couldn't speak as to why it's been structured the way that it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered if like it was a fund, why you wouldn't see
Yeah.
it in the budget. Okay.
Are you going to ask a question?
If, can I ask a question? If,
Sorry.
so
Okay,
if
wait,
the,
wait.
if the,
We're gonna stop here.
sure, yeah.
You are the council.
Okay.
You may
Right.
absolutely ask questions.
Okay.
You don't need to ask my permission to ask a
Okay.
question.
If that fund was not in the general operation of the finance person, if someone else was responsible for it, is that why it wouldn't show up in the budget?
Oh no, this
Okay.
is all underneath.
Great.
This particular item is in your accounting software.
Great. Go ahead, Kat.
Item number 2, we have direct staff to identify financial plan addressing payment sources and a phased funding approach for the bike park project. Would I be correct to think that that would include the development of drawings and specifications for the bike park?
Absolutely.
And also the phases to be broken out to include time and materials, any other resources, and have firm estimates, not guesstimates on those. And then could we also, and this is sort of a small aside, develop a very clear tracking tool for all staff time that goes towards the bike park?
So one thing I want to let you know is that staff time is tracked.
It is tracked.
Yes.
I think some of it, I'm sorry interrupting, but some of it had been put into sort of like general fund or overall Parks and Rec. And I think I'm trying to get an idea to really isolate what we're doing on the bike park.
I can't speak for certain for everything, but I have seen through that Project Code 25, there are certain occasions where when staff has provided service, if you will, to that particular project, they are noting their hours, and that is being recorded. The accounting software that the city has is actually quite remarkable. I probably would have killed for it at HWMA. Because it really does allow you to get into that level of detail. I'm sure people are like, why do I have to, break all my charges out this way? But it is actually very helpful because you can be very specific for the tracking of particular, programs. It's actually, like I said, pretty enviable to that extent. So should staff be spending time? Yes, it should be getting accounted to that particular account. It also would have been really helpful if the project was approved. You would then identify a specific line item because it would be, a little bit more of an umbrella, and you wouldn't have this question, right? Because it would have been clear that anything that's happening within this item, it would have been there. So this will be part of the long-term plan, if you will, for moving forward with other projects as well as this one, hopefully.
So somewhere in there, is there gonna be some investigation into the soundness of the structure that is already there? In terms of, was it engineered in any way? Was it inspected? Were there any compaction studies done? What do we know about what's there? And is it okay and just as it stands?
So that's part of the additional work that I need to be doing, to be honest. The design that was submitted was conceptual. The design that was submitted for purposes of developing the permit was not engineered designs, they were conceptual designs. So we'll have to have somebody come in to do a preliminary engineering estimate, see, what was and what was not done. I don't know what kind of direction they were given, and I don't know what kind of oversight was given to address that. And that's going to be really hard, I think, for the community as a whole to kind of hear, but we'll do what we can in terms of developing that information so that the city, as well as our insurance carrier, will be able to assess, what some potential solutions would be. And I don't know if you want to add anything else. I mean, this is just such an anomaly as you.
Yeah, I mean, the compaction issue is, I mean, if the compaction's not right, it could fail. And so they may have to do some core sampling to determine what the compaction level was. Maybe they did it. We just don't know. There's no daily logs of what work was done.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly no engineering inspection reviews and permits.
So there was a grading permit, but no inspections beyond the permit?
Couldn't speak to it.
Okay.
And then if we were keeping our books straight, so to speak, there would probably be engineering services billed to that bike park, I'm assuming, correct, if work had been done.
There was a conceptual design that was paid for. It was in the amount of $1,700, which, if you take a look at any skate or bike park, is very inexpensive. They are not stamped, and they don't have a name on them. So I couldn't even tell you who generated it.
Thank you.
So are we, I'm happy, I'm guessing that there's going to be more conversations about this, but moving forward, looking at who this or what body the manager of sorts of this big project is going to be and what oversight there might be, who's going to be involved. It was brought up tonight with Brian about safety commission chiming in and planning commission receiving, and then council, and then we have city manager. And so are we going to be seeing where this should land once we've kind of sorted out some of those details?
I think that really needs to be part of the conversation for that third component. It wouldn't be your city manager that would be giving implicit endorsement or approval of things. It should be your public works director, which, crazy enough, I realize is the same hat, but maybe this would be the appropriate role to have that outsourced to a completely independent person who has nothing to do with that particular site, so you can get an objective.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, and what would that look like? How would we source that objective
That would have to
outside?
come back and,
Okay.
I'm not prepared to have that type of conversation.
Okay.
I just had to
Just
get
like
you the
throwing
numbers.
stuff out there,
Okay,
like
well,
looking at it.
There's
and-
ways that you can get
Yeah.
there, and if we had endless amounts of money, it wouldn't be a question. But we got to figure out how we can get there in another way. I don't know. Any?
Oh,
Oh my God.
Thank you for the date, FAR.
I just wanted to point out on page 29 of resolution 1077, looks like somebody was kind of forward thinking on this stuff.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
back when I was mayor, I mean vice mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, moving
So
on.
do you,
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, would you inquire if we've had provided sufficient direction to staff on their queries on item 1, 2, 3, and 4? Did you need any other?
City manager Duffy, do you feel we've given you sufficient instruction to
Yeah.
continue?
A lot
with
of
your
it was being
objectives?
able to initiate the conversation.
Thank you.
Felt like you were probably there and ready to start
Oh.
moving.
Thank you, Joe.
Moving
I
on.
think there's some other, because of some of the discussions around this offline, online, on social media, however, that coming from you, it adds a little bit of credibility and validation to some concerns that have already been floating around. And so I do appreciate your work, and I appreciate you sticking with this.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Thank you once again.
Yeah.
Yes.
You need to thank this guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you.
What'd I do?
And what might be
You
really
keep coming
nice
back.
is to use our Facebook account to make a post and floated all over Facebook because the bike park is actually closed.
So we'll have to figure out how to push the information out there. I'm not the person to do that, to be
Right.
honest.
Mhm.
I'm happy to talk to Emily about, being able to craft something because there's going to be questions based on the fact that there's been this. But I don't use Facebook for this kind of purpose. I think it's kind of weird to do promotional things on Facebook because that's just not me. I don't do promotions.
If you are to do that, may I ask that I assume you would still be reviewing it before it was released because there's been so many different moving parts.
I think that there's been a learning curve through this entire thing, and I just want to, point out that there was a presentation to the Park and Recreations Committee back in May. I believe it was in May. And it was, here's all the approvals that were given, right? One of those approvals was the ordinance for, is it 567, which was the creation of the opportunity zone for that district. I want to make sure I get my numbers straight. Your Park and Recreations director is not a planner, and she is young. And she believed that that was part of the approval process. I said, oh, no, 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 no. That was just an approval for land use and zoning. It is no more an approval process than if I had said, this is, multifamily residential, and I don't need to have permits to go forward. You still have to get the permit. You still have to go through the environmental review. You still have to go through the financing. So there was a disconnect, because just a lack of knowledge, really. I think it came from a good place, but just, didn't know that that was a distinction. And I think that that was a little bit of an eye opener, for her. And then, and it's the same thing when you guys were receiving updates, whether it was you individually or a prior council, receiving an update does not constitute approval. Agreeing to apply for a grant does not constitute approval. And so it was implied, but it wasn't explicit. And so this is where we are today. Yeah.
Great.
Great. You guys know how to have fun around.
We do. Just making notes. I'm just making notes about you not wanting to put comments on Facebook. Rewrite that. I'll put that in the
Well, it
evaluation.
doesn't just have to be Facebook. I'm just suggesting that we use all the tools in our toolbox, right? And we can put, if there's whatever gets generated, website, Facebook,
On our
whatever.
bulletin board, on the website, all of it.
Trying to get it out there is all.
Right.
Fire station
Right.
siren.
Some knucklehead.
We're still close.
Are we ready to move on to the next item?
We
We've got
are.
some more.
Let's roll.
And it's late, and I want to go home.
Go.
Yeah.
Item 9, approve resolution 1242 to authorize application submittal for 2026 Regional Transportation Improvement Program.
So moved.
I was going to say
Staff,
that.
would you like to go ahead and fill us in on this one?
I would probably prefer to default to our HCOG representative, but basically this is part of Resolution 1242, which is authorizing the city manager to submit an application for funding for the 2026 Regional Transportation Improvement Program. This particular funding is slated to move forward with the Phase 2 project of the Greenwood to Hatchery Road truck route. I hope I got that right. You guys are going to be a lot more familiar with it than I am. And that is the purpose of this resolution. And so we are looking to have that approval and designation. And if you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Council? Questions?
No, I think for clarification, I think this just goes from where Greenwood in this curve here becomes Railroad Avenue, and then I think just to the stop sign,
right?
And then that next,
and it'll take you to the to the bridge.
To the bridge.
Yeah,
Hatchery to the bridge.
Great.
Question. Go ahead.
This whole business has nothing to do with design. This is just going forward with
application.
Right. Okay.
And just to confirm, these type of projects need to include traffic calming measures and various pedestrian and bicycle improvements in order to.
I believe so.
Okay, great.
Was this part of an overall package that you guys have already received and approved?
It would have been to the prior council, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was the first phase of the truck route, and we've been told that they were working on designing the second phase. And I seem to have been sitting somewhere at this table at some point when some of those features were discussed. So yeah, it was the last council.
Okay.
Um,
Would you like to have an update?
yeah, and I think that there should be an opportunity for the public to weigh in on some of the proposals for that project. We did discuss some of the pieces and parts of it, but I feel like we have a better environment now to receive public input on things like that in a way that might be become part of the plan.
So my suggestion, I mean, I don't feel like you need to make a motion, but if you feel like you would like to make a motion, in addition to the approval of the resolution to schedule at a future date a presentation to review the project as designed at this point. I don't know if they've actually got a full design, but you can discuss and receive it.
Yeah,
I think I have seen preliminary drawings of the second phase. I think originally, didn't they have, I don't want to.
They do,
Yeah,
because
about a year ago.
I walked it with Dan and they were pointing out where there'll be a pop out here and a tree over there. So they have a good idea of what's happening. I think there have to be proposal. It may not just be stamped engineers.
Did they run out of funding? Was that what happened, or?
Well, they had some funding for the design, I think.
Okay.
I mean, but all the energy I think was going into the Greenwood project. Maybe Glenn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think an awful lot of staff time went into Greenwood.
Well, I'm not sure on this, but I believe the design is pretty much complete. And stuff for the other parts. The Greenwood project is completely you just finished.
Hey, Glenn, you got to get on the microphone.
I'm not 100% sure, but I know we just finished, I believe, totally completed on the Greenwood project. And I believe the design is already completed for the second phase, which is from City Hall all the way to the Hatchery Bridge.
Okay.
I think this is just, as far as I understand, it may be going, coming up with approval so we can apply to get the funding to do the actual work on the second phase. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Jill, quick question. Is it normal to have item number 5 on the resolution? The city manager is authorized to advertise, award, and enter into an executive.
I'm sorry, hold on. Item number 5, what?
On resolution number 1242, city manager is authorized to advertise, award, enter into an execute.
Yes.
Didn't know if that was standard or not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think I thought that the council was more involved last time with the awarding of the bid process and the awarding of the contract for Greenwood.
This isn't awarding, this is applying for the grant. And when HCOG releases, the monies to execute all of that, the process of issuing the request for bids and all of that stuff would come to council for your review and approval. And that's a separate action related to the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Do we wish to entertain a motion at this point, or should I open up to the public?
I would move that we approve resolution 1242 as presented.
Second.
First by Kafani, seconded by Louis Lusso. Go ahead and pause and open up for public comment. Public wish to comment? Julie Christie, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you guys. I'm kind of huffing and puffing, feeding my pigs. But as far as our allocation for applying for this fundage and specifying this specific project, which is the phase 2 to the truck route, which actually had very little public review and very poor public review. We see the outcome of ADA compliance in our first stretch. Let's not do that again. I think that if we are specific to these allocations to receive them with a project that honestly, we've been looking at I Street lately. There's roots that are a big issue. We have other issues that are infrastructural issues in our town for drainage, for the winter, for flooding. That honestly, I always called the truck route like this beautification to get to Danco. That really was always my impression of that process, was really actually just to like put on this cheap lipstick on a pig, no offense, as I'm feeding them, to make it look pretty to get somewhere that is not a great destination. And this is an industrial route that if we're going to allocate funding and specifically request it at this time for that project needs review prior to us approving allocating funds to it. It hasn't been brought forward, and it has been in the past, but not in this council's preview and not in a lot of the public's preview to see those plans. So that's where I'm a little bit uncomfortable with saying like, yeah, let's say this is what we're going to apply for if we're stuck to applying for only that project. That's where I'm at, because we have major infrastructural stuff in our town that needs way more attention than just like a beautification project that kills our industrial. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Further public comment? Yes, Glenn, go ahead.
This is already funded.
Okay, I just want to make it clear, this project here, the money has to go to the truck route. It's for the truck route only. It's not for other roads in town. In a town is specifically for that. So we couldn't use it for 8th Street. We couldn't use it for any of those other streets. I know we need a lot of infrastructure work done, but we're limited budget and we do what we can to maintain what we have. It would be nice if we can get more grants to do more things and stuff, but for this project, it's also more than just beautifying it, is to make it safer. Some of the streets at the end of the street there, where right by the Emporium, where that crosswalk is pretty unsafe. When you're going around the corner, you know, sometimes you have to go a lot faster, and this whole project is changing that around and making it where it is a lot safer, and the pedestrian where the pedestrian walk is a lot safer. Right now, it's just a paved pathway. It's not a sidewalk. It's not ADA. It's what we have, so we do the best we can to maintain it. But I recommend we move on with this project and try to get it done. I mean, to me, Greenwood right now, it's a lot better than it was before we did the project. Cars are slowing down there. Sidewalks safer for the kids to ride. They designed the sidewalk wider so the kids could ride on there because they didn't want the bicyclists next to the trucks. And there is no other truck route in town. There's no other alternatives. That was the only route we have for the trucks to get to the destinations is from Greenwood to Railroad to Hatchery. So, like I said, I recommend that we move forward with this project and complete what we already started. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you, Glenn. I do want to clarify, this is not moving forward with the project. This is giving authorization to apply for the grants.
Great. All right, so apologies. Any further public comment? Great. Coming back to council, we had a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
I guess my question is that in the resolution 1242, it states apply for execute and then executing contracts and any amendments thereto for construction engineering services and project construction services for this same project. It kind of is like giving, so it doesn't just say, I'm gonna, we're authorizing an application. It goes through and uses all of the words about
That's fair.
completing, and items 5 on the resolution on page 35, and execute construction contract and any and all subsequent amendments thereto with qualifying low bidder. Anyway, so I think that's where some of the confusion is coming from.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
I believe that it still needs to be moved forward because we're kind of already committed to this process anyway. But it does involve a little bit more according to this
Yeah.
language.
Make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we preface both 4 and 5 with upon approval by the city
Okay.
council, the city manager is authorized.
And do we need to have that come back before us, or can we approve it? As it
No,
is?
we
Great.
can
right now.
change the resolution.
Okay.
Resolution.
We just need a motion and a second to accept that amendment.
Motion to approve the amendment to the resolution 1242 to include upon approval of, as stated by Ryan.
Second.
Second by, sorry, Michelle Lewis. First by Michelle Lewis, second by Kat Napier. To amend. So do we need to approve the amendment and then approve the, okay, just.
Approve it as amended.
Oh, great. All right, we have a first and a second. So all those in favor?
So wait.
Pause for just
Yeah.
a second. So the first motion was Elise.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
And then the second was Michelle.
That's
and
correct.
then Michelle made an amendment that Kat seconded.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
we had a motion on the floor.
Is that kind of an?
Okay.
Should we
I don't
try that
think
Let's
again?
back the train up.
So
Let's just go back to the original motion.
Okay.
Seconder, if you'll accept those amendments.
Okay.
I will accept those amendments.
Okay,
Yep.
So.
thank you.
Yes, I will.
Sorry.
Second by you.
All right, so we have a
Sorry.
first,
The
a
training
second,
wheels
and
are
an
coming
amendment
off.
in the
I need a
second.
roll call.
All right, and we're roll calling.
Napier,
Aye.
Lusso Lewis,
Aye.
Sawatsky,
Yeah, aye.
Stefani,
Aye.
and Thales.
Aye.
Should pass.
Okay.
We're doing things.
This is like a clown show. It's
Number
after
10.
11 o'clock.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, but we're getting through.
Yes.
We're getting through.
What are we doing?
All right, moving on to
Okay.
item number 10.
So I'm
Sorry.
just going to point out
Yeah.
that this is the big hot item that Glenn has been waiting all evening for.
Oh, Glenn, that's why we keep it in order, and that's why you come.
Sorry, Glenn.
So you'll have to forgive me because at some point I know I read it, but I can't land myself back on when your council received an update and had a pretty robust conversation about the Second Street pedestrian bridge. I know it was this year, but basically in the spring of 2025, the city engineer was directed to assess the eastern footing of the Second Street pedestrian bridge because there were some observations that there was some settling at the southeastern end of the bridge and a lip that was creating a trip and fall hazard. And then they also identified that some of the glue laminate was beginning to rot, and it wasn't just an insignificant amount of rot; it was fairly significant. Our public works staff did solicit several quotes from engineers back in the end of March with some quotes to compare the work. But it was Kernan, Wallen, and GRS. And Kernan was selected in part because the other companies, it was too small of a job for them, if you will. So Kernan gave probably the most responsive quote. And they were selected for that project. Everything kind of went into suspension. And I think I was here 3 days when it was, well, we need to move forward. And I was assured that the money was, in the budget. And I worked very quickly because I said, where's the contract? Where's the designs? I need to have this stuff. So we did a really quick turnaround time. I will be forever grateful for, hey, I need a contract template. There's got to be one. And so we were able to get the design turned around pretty quickly and reviewed. We got the contract in place. We got all the insurance and the endorsements, and Kernan began their work. In the course of doing their work, they discovered more rot than what was expected, and there is an attached change order and so basically it's increased the total cost. There is a credit. So while they had anticipated that it would be about 34,000, I think is what the original amount was, and forgive me, I'm just kind of tired right now. And so they didn't spend, so that's why you see that credit of $6,537,000. They were able to suspend theirs for purposes of revamping. But the total change order that they're looking at is going to be about $13,000. So it would, the revised contract, we're looking at 47.7. And so we're asking for the difference of 13,711, but not to exceed $15,000, so I don't have to come back here in the event that they find a little bit more rot than they were anticipating. So, in terms of funding sources, like, oh, great, now where's this one going to come from? We've already made a request to HCOG. There was another project, suddenly blanking on what street it is. Glenn could probably tell me it was H Street? G Street, thank you. That there was some money that was identified for HCOG funding for some traffic calming work on that street, and we're asking HCOG to consider at their next meeting the reprogramming of that money so that it will pay for the pedestrian bridge, because this is on the safe routes to school. So at the moment, Kernan was ready to rock and roll yesterday, and I said, not till council says yay or nay, and that'll happen tomorrow evening. And if you're willing to say go forward, I'll have them mobilized so they can get that work done, because I expect that our representative from HCOG can help make this argument to the board. It will be coming also with the approval of the executive director of HCOG to have those funds redirected for this purpose because of the importance to the community and the safe route to school.
Right.
Awesome. I have a question. Glenn, anybody who can answer the question, how old is that footbridge?
It was built in 1984.
1984.
So
Okay.
it's going on 41 years old.
Yeah.
You can remember that, huh?
1984 was yesterday. What are you talking about?
And you can drink legally.
Okay.
And I think it was, I don't know the entire group, but Steve Madrone was one of the original builders of that.
He was.
And I think you probably had a conversation with him. He was very interested in offering to help build, but it sounds like the scope has gone well beyond.
Well beyond. One of the reasons why we did look into Kernan and Wallen and GRS is they all have experience with that bridge. There's a lot of other contractors that say we would be able to do work on our water systems, but they're not really qualified to do this kind of work. I mean, it's a pedestrian bridge. We don't want it coming down on somebody.
So did it go out to bid, or you guys solicited quotes?
We solicited quotes, and GRS, they weren't really interested in it. Or no, they came by and they never returned anything. Wallen said they were just too busy. And Kernan came right out and gave us a bid.
Thank you.
So they seem like the only ones interested.
I wonder, since this is a public works project, do we have to put this out to bid? I mean, because the threshold of now
The
we're
work
kind of
has been
expanding.
initiated.
Yeah, as we
So you wouldn't want to be putting it out to bid at this point.
Right.
But I mean, just so we understand process,
It
is
should
that
have.
okay?
I think that in practice, in talking to Glenn, it sounds like there have been a lot of projects that weren't necessarily tied to grants, that they were handled in a more informal manner. This is one of the reasons that finding a strong administrator is recommended.
And then I am what would be the process? And I mean, this is like my rule of thumb. It's working as a carpenter. Whatever rot you see, you triple it, because it's just going to be more. And I'm not saying that, oh, they missed it and I would have gotten it. But I guess my question is, what would be that process then from the cities? Like, what would be the suggested process that if we were going to put this out, a request for bid, and the scope of work, how would that be worded then to allow for the unforeseen?
So I think, probably first and foremost, you would have had some preliminary engineering that have been done in order to scope out the extent of the damage. That would have been helpful. Because it wasn't until they got in there that they were really able to identify what the total scope of damage was. I think that there was an effort to try to keep costs lower. So that piece didn't necessarily come into play. Very similar as to when you're putting out a construction document, there's cost associated with preparing the document because it's usually prepared by engineers for purposes of the solicitation. And then, of course, it's just, and you receive all your contracts, you have to, do your comparison with what the proposed cost will be. How does that line up with your preliminary engineering estimates? Is it responsive? And, so there is a more robust process. When we're looking at a project here, would have been ideal, but that's not
We are
where we were at.
Right. Okay. I just want to make,
I think it's worth looking into in the future, opting into the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, which
Right.
allows us to go up to 220,000 with informal bidding
Right.
instead of 5,000,
Mm.
triggering competitive bidding, which is what we are now.
Also
So-
on the bridge, some of the most extensive rock was hidden behind one of the rail, where the rail is held in. That's where it was somehow water got down in that area and they rotted that part of the beam. So if it wasn't for that one little area that was 4 inches wide, it would have been a lot easier to repair. It wouldn't have been near as much. So sometimes they're hidden, even when you look at them close and you start it until you tear stuff apart, you don't find things.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So that competitive bidding thing you just mentioned, is that a matter of passing another resolution or something like that?
Oh, opting into I'm not gonna go through the acronym, it's too long, but that's an ordinance.
Are you keeping a running list of all the ordinances that we need to update?
Well, in all honesty, it might be worth taking a look at, what kind of ordinances and resolutions have already been passed before we just start adding.
I'm not sure.
I don't think it's in the ordinance currently right now, but yeah.
So I do have a question about this first, and I have to preface it with, I love that bridge. Who doesn't love that bridge? And whether you're going up or down, it's just so awesome. And as a first time Blue Laker, like the first time you encounter that bridge, it's magical. So I'm saying that because my question about what we're doing at the funds is, we have to find that money from somewhere. But I struggle with the rationale of we're identifying this as a safe school route, and yet we're depositing them to the very spot that we've identified that needs a traffic calming measure, and we're taking the money from that traffic calming measure to repair the bridge.
That's a very fair point. And I can't speak to all of the nuances that are involved there because I don't have that day-to-day knowledge of the organization or the city. I think to me, the larger question is, what is the lifespan of this bridge?
Versus this partial repair?
No, just what's the lifespan of the bridge? I mean, it sounds like there's probably some, it's got a limited lifespan, and so having that conversation sooner than later and getting those potential funds programmed, it'll be an HCOG issue. Yeah.
You mean we didn't just extend it for another 45 years?
Probably
You never know,
another
right?
10 years out of it.
10.
Another 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that bridge is used quite often. I hear people right now complaining that they can't use the bridge. So, it's.
Michelle, do you have any questions? Sorry, Glenn, you done? Go ahead. Apologies.
No, I'm good.
Any questions?
No.
Do we have like a long-term, like we used to paint it when I was a kid, it always had paint on it. Are we not painting it anymore? Would that have reduced the chance of rot or?
No, a lot of it's age, and then just an environment it is. It's a wet environment on the one side. It doesn't have the sun. It's red with trees. Some of the duff kind of built up there. We blocked off some of that so we didn't notice the depth was there because we had people going underneath her and starting fires and throwing beer cans and whiskey bottles there. So we blocked a part off underneath there to prevent that from happening
Mhm.
and stuff. But it wasn't just the last 7 years of the duff. I mean, it was, it's been probably rotting for 10 years or so and very slowly. But it just, we noticed it dropped fairly quickly this year.
Mhm.
So.
Would painting have, I mean, can we come up with a long-term painting
Well,
plan
most
for
of it is pressure treated.
Yeah.
Except for the top rail, and we have painted that a couple times in the past. We also have kids and stuff that like to carve on it.
Mhm.
We even had somebody make a pipe out of part of it, and we've had to replace that.
Yeah, I remember that when I was a kid.
So there's vandalism
It was
all
just
the
there.
time.
Yeah.
We just try to maintain and keep it from.
That's good. It sounds like you have a routine maintenance and inspection plan for it.
Well, we didn't really expect it that serious, because we always walked over and stuff.
Oh, I didn't mean that like kind of trap you, but I mean,
If I would have realized that it was that, if there would have been a chance of it rotting like this, we would have checked it a lot sooner and did more maintenance, but I wasn't aware of that. And I tried to catch everything, but this one fell through the cracks.
yeah. I'm sorry, I certainly wasn't trying to put you on the spot with that. I know a lot of things in the community are complaint driven, where, we all would like to have our plans on what we're doing, but then there's what actually happens in your day.
We try to
That's all.
catch everything, but it's impossible to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Jill, do you have any comment?
I just wanted to point out that we're a little after 11. I've got an hour drive home still.
Hey, do we want to?
If we
and-
stay until 8, then
Right.
you'll be here for work the next.
No, I've got an appointment that I have to meet.
So, do we want to table or do we?
I was,
No.
we need to wrap up this item first.
Yes.
And then I'll ask you a question about the other item.
Okay.
So, can we get a
I would like to move that we approve the change order for the Second Street pedestrian bridge.
Second it.
We have a first by Scafani, or motion by
First by
Scafani,
Second.
second by Bailey.
Okay. To
Uh,
15.
I'll get it, go ahead and open up for public comment.
And who made the second?
Bailey.
Thank you.
Julie Christie, go ahead.
Okay, guys. Yep, I threw my hand up and threw you in my pocket. I do appreciate this conversation. The bridge is a major safe route to school. I brought that up during the I-Street discussion in public safety. And honestly, just being my farmer lady self, you might want to take a look at the riparian area there. Maybe the bridge is getting like a lot of not being able to keep sunlight on it just a hair to keep that wood safe. It is obviously probably past its expedition date. And if we already have Kernan on the project, let's keep them going. I might throw in a little elbow on them for you guys for fencing and getting that project for the city, being their neighbor and owing favors to each other. I would be happy to do that for our city. But as far as bridges go, look at what happened to the bridge that's over by the arena. That got put in really wham sham. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have to redo it because it wasn't done correctly. So if we're gonna start tackling stuff, this is outside of our parks or our public works. I really appreciate their time with like vandalism, garbage. But when it comes to infrastructure stuff like this, like the best thing we can do is like right now we might be slapping a band-aid on this, but it really should be looked at in a way of like long-term infrastructure while we're actually working on it before winter. And I just think that if we can kind of work with these businesses like we did with the bike park too, we might be able to, look at the truck route, you guys, with these guys. They want to work with you, so just saying, like, having good neighbors gets a lot of things done. And I'm happy to get this done. And yes, I was going to mention the last public comment that you guys are probably going to want to table some stuff tonight. So I totally commend what you move forward here in a minute with maybe tabling the rest of tonight. Yep. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. We have a motion, or bring it back to council. We have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Great.
Okay.
Get that?
So the 4-1
Correct.
Napier with a no.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number
Oh,
11.
Can I suggest that you continue the council assignments? Because that could be a pretty
Oh, it's gonna be long.
detailed
Yeah.
one. I mean, I realize it's also, it was actually the second item that we were going to talk about after recall. But if we could do that, but I do think that for purposes of some timeliness, we do need to take up agenda item number 11.
Okay.
I have no problem continuing 12, but Carrie's been on the council now for a month and she doesn't have any assignments because she has not actually taken on any of Chris's things. So I just, do you want to take on some of Chris's
I have
assignments?
been going.
Have you been going?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
going.
And so I think some of the alternates maybe are going to, but
Oh.
should we just have,
We- Well, we're on 11 right now, so.
Yeah.
We can, we'll talk about continuing.
continue 12.
Are we continue?
All right.
Right,
So
we're on 11, correct?
we're on 11.
Great.
Mhm.
We are.
Okay. So
You wanna
this
do
is
that?
item number 11.
Cool.
Appointment of city negotiation team and ad hoc committee for property negotiations.
Yeah, so Danco has extended an invitation to the city to work on amendments to the development disposition agreement, both in terms of timing and in terms of the project itself. Other than receiving that invitation, Russ and Ethan haven't engaged substantively. Russ would like to have an ad hoc committee of the council to work with on those, including attending meetings with Danco and bringing recommendations back to the council. And so that's all tonight is consider appointing an ad hoc and then picking its 2 members.
Great. Do you have any comments on the selection process or who should and who shouldn't?
You can do it.
Great.
You can appoint if you'd like, or you can take nominations. That one's up to you.
Does anyone wish to be on this ad hoc? Wishes first?
Cherry's
Nobody wants to be on.
laughing.
Do we have any sense of the duration of this project? Like, I mean, the negotiation process.
I think Danco wants to go fairly quickly. It just depends on kind of the scope of the asks both ways.
So who's feeling prepared and well enough briefed to do that?
Napier and Swansky.
Do you,
Do they have to have?
This
them?
guy.
I mean,
Do they have to have?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys don't have to form an ad hoc
Yeah.
committee.
No,
If you're more comfortable having, I believe your council would be Ethan Walsh and Russ Gans
Yeah.
and myself, and we would bring information to the body as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
That's an option too.
I'm fine doing it if nobody else wants to do it.
I will
Can we
do it
get a
with
second?
you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I really feel like
I
we
do-
need to be
Yeah.
present. I mean,
Yeah.
just there's been a lot of. I think it's important
Yeah.
that we do this. It's my opinion.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask one question though? Obviously, my dad has been against that project. Will there be any issue with me participating in it? Okay. Great.
Is there an appropriate way that ad hoc can hear from the council any specific concerns or items that they have? Would we do
Closed
that
session.
now?
Yeah,
or-
part of the ad hoc appointment will be designation of real property negotiators. And so the 2 ad hoc committee members will be listed on the agenda as agency negotiators along with Jill, Russ, and Ethan. And so we will have plenty of opportunities in closed session to scope out the negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
One other disclosure, I was an employee of Hancock at one point. Would that be an issue?
And so any and all decisions to be made will come back to the full council.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. So we need a motion. Do we need a motion to appoint ad hoc? Yeah. So we can get a motion to appoint the 2 ad hoc members.
I move that John and Kat are appointed as ad hoc members to negotiating committee team. With Danco.
First by Scafani, or motion by Scafani.
Yeah.
Second by Michelle Lewis Lisso.
Yeah.
Open up for public comment. Julie, go ahead.
I guess I'm the last Mohican, but I'll be that one. I do approve an ad hoc. We should have had one prior. As soon as you guys initiated your new council, we should have had an ad hoc for this negotiation process. I'm leery as a very avid participant of kind of some issues with the time frame that was set for Danco, and now here we are. So, Jill, I do appreciate your comments earlier about maybe not needing an ad hoc for the bike committee, like bike park, that you could speed through that a little bit faster. So if in this instant we do need ad hoc, I totally support it. Also, HCOG's meeting is on the 18th. There's no agenda yet, but in case I can't say that later, I think it's important for that, for the public. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, pulling it back to council. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Was that a nay?
No,
Oh.
delayed aye, reluctant aye.
All right, passes unanimously. All right, so we've appointed on to item number 12. Did you suggested we table
I was
this?
continuing. I was suggesting continuing. I mean, I think everybody's kind of tired.
And what time would that be? Or what?
The next meeting.
Next meeting, okay.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I would,
9:23.
I would like to make a motion to continue items number 12, 13, and 14
Oh, there's more.
to the next meeting.
We have a
I'll
motion
second.
on the table.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Open it up for public comment.
Yes.
Please.
Are you
You're a
joking or
funny
you serious? I
guy.
just gotta ask, you're joking or you're serious?
That was
Okay.
comment.
That's his comment.
Okay, great.
Please do.
Okay, I'm seeing nothing from Julie Christie.
She had a thumbs up.
I know, I think she
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
okay. Pulling it back to
Sure,
council
yes.
for a vote.
Okay.
All right, we have a first and a second to move up forward with not doing items 12, 13, and 14. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
That
opposed?
was loud.
Hearing none. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, first and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Who was the second?
I think you're back to the
Who was
second.
the first one?
I said I moved to
The
adjourn.
adjournment.
And I said
I thought
Oh.
but
Nate-
it doesn't matter.
No, it does.
It does.
Terry, I didn't, so.
Oh, you
I thought it
did.
was Napier, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I thought